Hey there folks, welcome to the Microsoft SC-900 course, which is also known as the Microsoft Security, Compliance and Identity Fundamentals course. Now I'm sure you've seen it, but if in case you haven't, this is the full course in just one video. So it's going to be quite lengthy, so if you are looking for a specific topic, feel free to go and look at the timestamps in the video description down below. Now, as for what's going to be covered in this specific video or this specific course, the course consists of 4 modules. Some of these modules will have various main sections, and some of these main sections will have subsections. So I believe module 1 will probably be one of the shorter ones. So module 1 is titled Concepts of Security, Compliance and Identity. Module 2 of the course is titled Capabilities of Microsoft Identity and Access Management Solutions. Module 3 will be Capabilities of Microsoft Security Solutions. And Module 4 will be Capabilities of Microsoft Compliance Solutions. Now, the titles of these modules themselves give you a spitball idea of more or less what's going to be in them, but that itself doesn't really tell you what you need to know. So if you'd like to know more accurately what gets covered in these specific modules, you can go and find that out in the video description down below, where all the topics in these modules, or at least most of them, will be listed there with their timestamps. So if you're looking for something specific, or if you want to go and revise on something specific, yep, you can find that all in the video description down below. Now, even that itself is not going to be everything in the course. That's just to give you a better idea of what there is and to jump ahead to specific topics, guys. All right, so before we jump into the gist of things here, if you haven't done it already, do your homie a favor and boink that like button. You'll be doing me a huge favor by doing so, because then YouTube obviously pushes this video out to more people out there, which means we can help more people out there. And if you haven't done it already, you can also subscribe. That's obviously optional. So if you'd like to know when I release other courses like this one, or lessons for some of the courses, some of my courses I divide up into lessons and stuff, then yeah, you might miss it if you're not subscribed. So maybe go and hit that subscribe button too while you're at it. Alright, so now that I've got my selfless promo out of the way, I think it is safe to proceed to module 1 in this course, which is Concepts of Security, Compliance and Identity. So here we go, guys. So the first main section in this module, this might be the only main section in this module, is called Security Concepts and Methodologies. And within this section, we will be covering the topic of Zero Trust methodology first. Now, right off the bat, I can tell you guys, you are going to get questions about this topic in the exam. So if any of you guys are planning on writing the Microsoft SC-900 certification exam to go and obtain your certification, I can guarantee you, you will get questions about the Zero Trust methodology in the exam. Now, I'm going to go quite deep into it, but the bulk of what you need to know is the first 3 things that I'm about to list for you guys here. That's pretty much all you need to know from an exam perspective. But the course itself does go slightly a little bit deeper than that. So the Zero Trust guiding principles consists of 3 things. The first of which is verify explicitly. So when we say verify explicitly, what does it actually mean? It means you should always authenticate and authorize based on the available data points. In case you're brand new to 365 or brand new to IT in general, quite frankly, and you don't know what data points are, that would be to authenticate and or verify using things like a person's identity, which could be something like a user account with a username and a password. It could be something like a device, which means the person has to sign in with a specific device or a company-owned device. It could also be a matter of verifying what service or workload is going to be accessed and why. So yeah, that's what verify explicitly is, folks. The second guiding principle is something more common, which most of you would have heard about, and that is least privileged access. Yep, this means you never ever give someone or something more access or permission than what is needed to do a task or achieve a goal. Believe it or not, this also includes yourself. You don't even give yourself more permission or privilege than what you need. This is just in case your account should ever get compromised. If it does, then at least this way you can limit the amount of things the person can see, and you can limit the amount of things that person can do. It's basically a form of damage control, if you will. We're not saying the person won't be able to do any damages here, don't get me wrong, but at least this way we can do some sort of damage control and limit what they can do, and we can limit what they can go and access. Now, coming at this from a Microsoft 365 perspective, you can limit a user's access with things like just in time and just enough access. Yes, really, those are the actual names. I'll say it again in case you guys didn't hear it. It's called just in time and just enough access. The amount of things you can do and configure with those two are insane, folks. All right, and then, folks, the third guiding principle of the zero trust model is assume breach. What this means is you always assume you or your company or client's company or whatever you're working with has already been breached. If you basically assume or pretend, if you will, that you've already been breached, you'll see the decisions and the actions you take will be very different. For example, if you work on this principle, you will do things like segment your network. If you do that, it will be a heck of a lot harder for any malicious outsider to do what they want and see what they want and access what they want on your network if your network has been segmented into pieces. If you assume you're breached, you'll also want to do things like encrypt everything, or at the very least encrypt wherever you can. You're also going to want to monitor everything with a hawk's eye, as if someone is up to no good on the network. Whether that's actually the case, it doesn't matter. So you just assume someone's up to no good. Ever hear the old saying, rather safe than sorry? Yeah, I think that applies here, folks. Anyway, folks, the stuff I just listed and explained is really, really important to remember for the exam. So if needed, rewatch that bit later again if you don't remember it, because you will get questions about that in the exam. Now, the rest of the stuff about the zero trust model, I'd like to cover with you guys, but it's not really something you guys need to worry about from an exam perspective. It's just stuff you guys need to know in general, and it's stuff that happens to be included in the course. That will be something like the 6 foundational pillars. In the zero trust model, all the elements work together to provide end-to-end security to you and the users. These 6 things that I'm about to list and explain are the pillars that are being referred to. All right, so the first pillar is identities. Identities may be users, services, or devices. When an identity attempts to access a resource, it must be verified with strong authentication and follow least privilege access principle. So this person or the service or whatever it might be, it's going to have to prove it is who it says it is, or that it is what it says it is. And obviously, once they go and authenticate, you want to give them the minimal amount of access. They should literally just be able to do what they can or need to do. The second pillar is devices. Devices create a large attack surface as data flows from devices to on-premises workloads and the cloud, of course. Monitoring these devices for health and compliance is a very important aspect of your security. The third pillar is applications. Applications are the way the data is consumed, of course. This includes things like discovering all applications being used. Sometimes this is called shadow IT because not all applications are managed centrally. This pillar also includes managing permissions and access, since we're talking about applications, of course. The fourth pillar is data. Data should be classified, labeled, and encrypted based on its attributes. Security efforts are ultimately about protecting data and ensuring that it remains safe when it leaves devices, when it leaves applications, and when it leaves infrastructure and networks that the organization controls. The fifth pillar is infrastructure, guys. Whether this is on premises or cloud-based, this represents a threat vector. Now, if you don't know what a threat vector is, that is basically a path or a means for an attacker or a hacker or some sort of malicious user to attack you, a user, or a company. Now that we've got that in mind, you're going to want to make sure you improve security. To do this, you can do things like assess for version, configuration, and just-in-time access. You can also go and make use, of course, of things like telemetry to detect attacks and anomalies. So if anything weird or out of the ordinary stands out, I think some of you guys might refer to that as a red flag, that is stuff that you or your IT team are probably going to want to go and investigate. All of this will allow you to automatically block or flag risky behavior and take protective actions as needed, of course. All right, and then the sixth and the last pillar would be networks. Networks should be segmented, like I said earlier. Previously, I said one of the important things you should know and work according is to always assume breach. With that said, one of the things we should do is to segment a network. You're also going to want to get real-time threat protection and end-to-end encryption. Heck, you're also going to want to maybe get yourself monitoring analytics just while you're at it. Well, folks, that is the 6 foundational pillars that all work together to give you what is known as the zero trust model. You're not really going to get any questions about the 6 pillars in the exam in case you're wondering, but with Microsoft, you never know. They do reserve the right to change the exam at any point, so it is still a good idea to know these pillars just in case. Rather safe than sorry, I always say. Alrighty, folks, let's move on to the next topic here, the shared responsibility model. Now, I already have a picture up there on the screen for you guys, and that should give you a pretty good idea of what we're about to talk about. So, the responsibilities vary based on where the workload is hosted at. What are these responsibilities I'm referring to? That is just general everyday things. So, in the old days, when everything was on premises, that would obviously mean everything was your responsibility. You had to go through the excruciating process, or at least your staff had to go and do absolutely everything, back up absolutely everything, configure absolutely everything, and maintain absolutely everything. That's what they mean by responsibility. Now, this course is obviously about clouds, more specifically about security. So I'm not sure exactly why this specific topic is in the course, but it is nonetheless, which means they can ask you about it possibly in the exam. So with the cloud, you get public cloud, private cloud, and hybrid cloud. Now, specifically coming at this from a public cloud perspective, there are about 3 main kinds of public cloud you get. It's not the only kinds, but there's 3 main kinds. And that would be infrastructure as a service, which you can see there in a picture, platform as a service, which you can also see there in a picture listed at the top, and then lastly, software as a service, which you can also see there in a picture at the top. Now, of each of these forms of public cloud, your responsibilities or your team or your staff's responsibilities would be less, and less. So that basically means it is Microsoft's responsibility, whoever your cloud provider is. Considering this course is about Microsoft 365, it's safe to assume it is Microsoft that's being talked about here. So it's going to be their responsibility. It is going to be their problem. For once in IT, you and your IT colleagues can point the finger to someone else and say, it's not our fault, it's someone else's fault or someone else's responsibility. Because it's usually always the IT guy's fault. If the light doesn't want to work, it's your fault. If the paint on the wall doesn't want to dry, it's your fault just because you are a technician. I think you guys can all relate to what I'm talking about. Now, if you look at the one way on the right that it says on premises, that's ultimately where we're coming from. On premises, that's old school. So all the blocks are blue, which means everything listed there would normally be your responsibility. Nothing new there to be said. Looking at the second one there from the right, infrastructure as a service, or IaaS for short, you'll find that some of those blocks are actually gray. So if you look at the bottom there, some of those things are no longer your responsibility. So infrastructure as a service would probably be something like a virtual machine. That's a very good example of what infrastructure as a service is. It's not limited to a virtual machine, but it would be like a virtual machine that's running in a cloud on something like Microsoft Azure. I'm using that as an example. So if it's a virtual machine running on their service, the physical data center is no longer your problem. The physical network, the actual cables, the switches, that kind of stuff, not your problem. The physical hosts, in other words, the actual computers, desktops, laptops, that kinds of stuff, not your problem. Now, then you'll see there from the operating system, hey, there it starts becoming your problem again now, doesn't it? So if you go into a platform like Microsoft Azure, you'll find that you can actually go and choose the hardware. You can go and choose how much RAM you want, what kind of CPU you want, how many virtual CPUs you want, how many virtual hard drives you want. You can go and choose that, but you cannot actually go and touch it. You cannot go and maintain it. You don't have to go and maintain it, which is actually a benefit. But you can also go and choose the operating system. Any operating system you want. They've got pretty much everything there, not just Windows. So you can go choose an operating system. Once that gets installed on the virtual machine, from there you'll have full-blown control and access like you would normally do on premises. So from there it's just normal, same old. Now moving slightly to the left there, PaaS, in other words, Platform as a Service. That can also be a lot of things. An example I would give you guys of that would be the Azure Active Directory. Now, what the heck is Platform as a Service? So Platform as a Service is just one of many forms of cloud to make your life quicker and easier and to streamline things for you. So if you go look at a normal traditional Active Directory on premises, you would have to go and build a physical or virtual server. You would have to go and install the server operating system. You would have to go and add a role called ADDS, in other words, Active Directory Domain Services. You're going to have to go and promote that domain controller, make a domain. It's not rocket science, but it's going to take you forever and a day. Now, if you're going to go and use Azure Active Directory, which is an example of Platform as a Service, you don't have to go and do any of that. You can literally just jump in, throw in your domain there, and you can start creating users and groups. Easy peasy chicken cheesy. So it's really that quick. Now, you'll find that some of those blocks are not entirely blue or gray. So that means it's a 50-50. Some of it's going to be your problem, some of it's going to be their problem, or you can choose whether it should be their problem or your problem. You've got some sort of flexibility there. The last one, way on the left, folks, SaaS, Software as a Service. Now, Microsoft 365, believe it or not, is for the most part just software as a service. Not sure if you guys knew that. So when we talk about IaaS and PaaS, that is to tell you guys about the cloud in general, is to tell you about Microsoft's Azure platform and some of these other cloud platforms in general. So you could basically say Microsoft is trying to do marketing through their courses. Sneaky ninja trick, isn't it? So it's not me wiggling it in the course. It really is part of the course, which is why I'm covering it. And I just don't want you guys to be caught with your pants down on your knees when they start asking you questions about this, which is why I'm throwing it into the course for you guys, just because. So Microsoft 365 is, in fact, for the most part, just software as a service, which means your responsibilities is actually very little. So you can still go and control the programs and tweak them and configure them and all that to your needs and your company's needs. But you'll see that a lot of those blocks are actually gray, which means for the most part, it is not your problem. Great to say that, doesn't it? I think that must feel great to go and say that. Anyway, folks, moving on to the next topic in this module, which is defense in depth. Now, defense in depth is about using a layered approach to security. Now, if you don't know what is meant by that, rather than just relying on a single parameter, a defense in depth strategy uses a series of mechanisms to slow the advance of an attack. Heck, this concept kind of applies to other things in life too, come to think of it. If you think about things like security for your home or your car, often you'll find there is more than one layer of security. If you look at something like a home, there might be high walls or fences. There might be an electric fence on top of that high wall or that high fence. There might be guard dogs. There might be motion sensors and security cameras. I mean, there might even be guards. There might be an alarm of sorts. Heck, there could even be safety gates at the doors or burglar bars on the windows for all we know. If you look at the example like that of a home with that kind of security, that would be a real life example of defense in depth, but just with a home, of course. There is layers of security instead of just one security thing keeping people at bay. Now in IT, or should I say Microsoft 365 more specifically, the same concept applies, except now it's just digital, folks. So just like my example of a house, with Microsoft 365 and IT in general, each layer provides protection so that if one layer is breached, the subsequent layer will prevent an attacker from getting unauthorized access to data. Example layers of security might include a physical layer. Now, before you ask, no, I'm not talking about the OSI model, if that's what you think that is. If you don't know what the OSI model is, don't worry about it, because that's not what we're talking about here when I say the physical layer. The physical layer is pretty much what it sounds like. It's things like physically limiting access to certain things like, well, servers, data centers, that kinds of stuff. A second layer could be identity and access. This would be security controlling access to infrastructure and change control. A third layer could be perimeter security, including distributed denial of service protection to filter large scale attacks before they can cause a denial of service for your users. A fourth layer would be network. Network security can limit communication between resources using things, of course, like the segmentation, which we mentioned earlier, and other things like access controls. A fifth layer would be the compute layer. The compute layer can secure access to virtual machines, either on premises or in the cloud, by closing certain ports. Then you'll have the sixth layer with application. The application layer security ensures that applications are secure and free of security vulnerabilities. In other words, no weaknesses. Lastly, you can have a seventh layer being data. The data layer security controls access to business and customer data and encryption to protect that data. So there you go, folks. 7 layers of defense in depth. Each layer of these 7 layers, or you could possibly have more, makes it just so much more harder for an attacker to get through and to gain access to, well, whatever they're trying to gain access to, I suppose. Next up, we have the topic of CIA. First of all, folks, this CIA is not to be confused with the CIA federal entity in the United States of America, for those of you who happen to know what that CIA is. This CIA that we're talking about here is short for confidentiality, integrity, and availability, which is something entirely different. It's a whole different can of worms. Okay, so let's start with confidentiality, which would be the C in CIA. What is confidentiality? Now, I think we can all relate to that topic because that is something that's not unique to IT. It's not unique to this course or Microsoft. Confidentiality is normally when some things is only for certain people's eyes only. This could be something like your income slip. Obviously that's for your eyes only and the person that's obviously issuing you with this income statement. So you don't want other people to know how much you're earning. So this document would normally be sent to you only via whatever means. And in most cases, it'll be electronic. And in most cases, it'll be password protected or something to prevent unauthorized people from viewing the contents. So that's what basically it is in a nutshell, confidential. It's just making sure people cannot see stuff they're not supposed to. So the way this is enforced is by using things like passwords. It could be something like encryption. So if you look at something like a laptop, desktop, it could be by just encrypting that laptop, that desktop. If you look at something like a memory drive, memory stick, flash drive, USB stick, whatever you want to go and call it, or an external hard drive, if these devices contain sensitive information or private information which is confidential, you can go and protect it by encrypting these devices. Many ways you can go about that, but most commonly this is done by using something called BitLocker. So if you've got BitLocker, just encrypted devices. Now moving on to the I in CIA, which is integrity. We're not talking about the integrity that you as a human being would have, not that kind of integrity. We're talking about integrity of files and documents and emails, that kinds of stuff. So if I were to give you a contract, a digital contract, how do you know that this contract is the original, that it's legit, that it has not been tampered with? So one of the reasons we go and use certificates and signatures, digital signatures and physical signatures, is to provide something called integrity. If you look at a physical piece of paper with a physical contract, people would normally go and sign on these documents, and that gives us authenticity and integrity, and it basically just shows that it's the original, hasn't been tampered with. Digitally wise, it could also be a physical signature. It's just been added there, it's just been added digitally. You get multiple kinds of digital signatures you can go and add to a document. But in essence, if the signature is not there, or it's not the correct signature, normally it's going to be missing entirely, that just shows you that the document is, well, it's a fake. It's not the original, or at the very least, it's been tampered with. So if I send you an email, and this email looks like it's coming from me, and it's got an attachment, how do you know it's really coming from me? Because it's very easy to go and spoof someone's email address, in other words, forge someone's email address. How do you know it really is me, or that my account hasn't been forged, or that someone is maybe compromising my account and sending mails as if they are me? How do you know that? So if you see the attachment has got my digital signature, well, then you know it's legit. It's the original. But if I send you an attachment and the signature is missing, yeah, you should probably go and check it out, because there's a pretty good chance it might not be me, or at the very least the document has been tampered with in transit. So somewhere along the line, someone could have intercepted this email or this document. They could have altered the contents in some sort of manner, and now it's no longer the original. So that is basically what integrity comes down to, is ensuring the document is authentic, it's the original, has not been tampered with. So this could be a file, a document, an email, and so on and so forth. Lastly, the A in CIA stands for availability. So that is basically making sure something is always available. This could be a service, it could be a document, a file, a server. So generally this can be achieved via multiple ways. Some of the most common ways would probably be to go and provide two or more of everything. So if something is being hosted on a server, ideally you want two identical servers, so that if the one server goes down for whatever reason, maintenance, gets corrupt, gets infected with malware, then the backup server would still render this resource or the service that was rendered in the first place. So this service or this resource is at no point in time unavailable to the users, the clients, or even yourself. So this could be a website, it could be documents. The point here is just making sure whatever resource or service or whatever this might be, that at no point in time is it ever unavailable to yourself, the users, or the clients. And this is not obviously achieved by using fault tolerance mechanisms, redundancies, and backups, and all of that to ensure you always have availability. Well, folks, next up is the topic of common threats. And no, we're not talking about your mother-in-law if you're married. Now, in IT in general, and more specifically in cloud and Microsoft 365, there are countless threats, but some specific ones tend to stand out a little bit more than the rest, and those would be more common occurrence. Now, in IT in general, and more specifically in cloud and Microsoft 365, there are countless threats, but some specific ones tend to stand out a little bit more than the rest and are more of a common occurrence. These threats would be things like a data breach. This is a very scary and serious one, because usually it's when data is stolen, which is more often than not personal data. Personal data, as in it is information that is related to an individual that can be used to identify them directly or indirectly. This personal information can be used for so freaking many bad things, it ain't even funny, guys. The list of bad things that can be done with that information is virtually endless. Speaking of list, another common threat is dictionary attack. I personally feel this attack shouldn't even work at all on any person or platform or device, but yet it still does work, surprisingly, on a lot of people. It comes down to using actual words in the dictionary to guess someone's password. I kid you not. This is usually done with a program, of course, considering how many possible combinations there is. I mean, have you seen how big the dictionary is? It's insane. So if you had to go and try every word in a dictionary, you would sit there all day. So considering how many words there is, it's going to be a program that's going to do this, and obviously at some point it's going to get a hit. The good news here is with this kind of attack, most platforms, devices, and websites force users these days to have a password that meets some sort of complexity requirements. I'm sure by now you would have seen this. I mean, it doesn't matter if you go to a website, a device, what have you, they normally force you to have at least an 8-character password. Has to have uppercase, lowercase, numbers, and symbols, and all that. And if you don't meet one or more of these requirements, it just normally tells you your password is not strong enough, or it doesn't meet the minimum password complexity requirements. So the reason they do that is not to annoy you, it is for you and the user's own safety and security. Now you know. When users use passwords that are complex like that, a normal dictionary attack obviously won't work. So you can basically say for the most part a dictionary attack shouldn't work considering how many places you get these complexity comments these days. And yet you get people that actually still use words as their passwords, and yet these people still get hacked. So I'm always stunned that these attacks still work, but hey. Anyway, another common threat is also ransomware. You definitely would have heard of this one. This is probably easily one of the most scariest and one of the most, I would say, most serious threats out of them all. So common, it's not even funny. This is usually malicious code or applications that will normally in some sort of way lock you or the user out of the machine. And this is normally done by encrypting all the data on the machine or the server, whatever it might be. So what usually happens then is after all the data is encrypted, a message of some kind is normally displayed on the user or the server screen. Normally it says something along the lines of you have to pay some sort of ransom in a form of cryptocurrency, which will normally be Bitcoin or something like that. And if you don't pay it as ransom in the form of cryptocurrency, they threaten to go and delete your data, which I kind of find hilarious considering I've kind of already lost the data. But if you have encrypted my data and I have no longer access to it, threatening to delete it doesn't exactly scare me. But yeah, well, I suppose they are hoping to scare a lot of people into paying this ransom, and surprisingly, it's actually very effective, mind you. It is recommended not to pay the ransom amount to these perpetrators since there's obviously no guarantee the data will be released. It's pretty much like a real hostage situation where they're holding this hostage for a ransom. And if you or someone were to go and pay this ransom, there's obviously no guarantee this hostage could be released. You never know. So the exact same principle applies to your data here. Paying the ransom doesn't give you a guarantee that it actually will be released. And let's say for a moment you are lucky enough for them to release your data. Who's to say they won't go and re-encrypt it tomorrow or sometime soon after that? Usually when you or someone pay a ransom, you've now kind of set the bar that you are willing to pay the ransom and that you can also afford to pay the ransom, which normally makes it very tempting for them to come back again and just kind of squeeze you for a little bit more, you know? All right, and then folks, another type of common attack, and I think this is probably going to be the last one I mentioned on this list, is what was it called? Oh yeah, now I remember. Disruptive attacks. I hit a bit of a blank wall there for a moment. One of the best examples of this type of attack would obviously be something like a DDoS attack. So you spell that as DDoS, DDoS attack. If you don't know what that means, that is short for distributed denial of service. So it's a distributed denial of service attack. This is usually when you or the users are being denied access to a certain service, a certain server, a certain website of some kind. I think you guys get the picture. There is many ways this is done, but it is most often done by overloading the website or the server with traffic. Yep, you heard right, overloading it. So in other words, more than this website or server can handle, and that's going to cause it to, well, time out or crash, causing some sort of denial of service because the users that really do need to access this server or this service for a legit reason, well, they're going to be unable to because the server has now fallen over, so to speak. Well, folks, we're moving into another main section in this module, which is still module 1, by the way, in case you're wondering. So yeah, we're still in module 1. We're just moving into a different main section. This main section is called Microsoft's Security and Compliance Principles. In this main section, the first topic we'll be looking at is something called Microsoft's Privacy Principles. So when it comes to Microsoft's privacy principles, there is about 6 principles that I'm going to list here for you folks. The first privacy principle of Microsoft is something called control. So this principle is about putting you, the customer, in control of your own privacy with the easy to use tools and clear choices and all that mumbo jumbo. So they really make it user friendly, and they do go out of their way to try and give you as many options as possible. The second privacy principle of Microsoft is something called transparency. This refers to being transparent about data collection and the use of that data so that everyone can go and make informed decisions and you're just not making them on a whim, obviously. The third principle is security, which is about protecting the data that is entrusted to Microsoft using strong security and encryption. So what I mean by that is, remember, you are using Microsoft servers and platform. All of this is in the cloud, and there's sometimes a bit of a paranoia that comes with that. People are concerned about what kind of security does Microsoft have in place. If all of my data and resources are going to be running on their servers now, which is God knows where, this is now assuming you've got the choice to go and choose some sort of data center. So yeah, that's what that one is all about. The fourth principle is strong legal protections, which is about respecting local privacy laws, because that is going to be unique in different provinces, different states, different countries. This varies from place to place. So respecting those local privacy laws and fighting for legal protections of privacy as a fundamental human right. The fifth principle is no content-based targeting. I kind of find it hilarious that they say that, because I feel they probably are still doing it in the background without us knowing. But hey, they say the fifth principle is no content targeting, so let's give them the benefit of the doubt. So they say, in other words, not using email, chat, files, or other personal content to target advertising. Yeah, right. I don't know if that's true, but we'll see. The sixth and the last principle I have for you guys today is benefits to you. So if Microsoft does collect data, you might be wondering why that is, since I literally just said they supposedly don't use it for targeted advertising. So why do they go and collect data? Microsoft says the data that Microsoft collects is to benefit you, the customer, and to make your experience better. So apparently they don't collect data to go and do targeted advertising. So they say, I don't know, take it with a spoon of salt. And apparently, if and when they do collect data, it is to make your experience a smoother, better, more cozy and warm and fuzzy one, you know. I don't know. Take it with a spoon of salt, like I said. And the other day, I'm mentioning this because that's part of the course. And since it's part of the course, it obviously means that it could possibly be in the exam, which is why I'm mentioning it to you guys. Even though I might not always believe what they say, it is part of the course. And therefore, I need to mention to you guys just in case it's a question exam, because we don't want anyone to fail the exam. All right, with that said, let's move on to the topic of Service Trust Portal. The Service Trust Portal is a quick and easy topic, but strangely, they do ask a lot of questions about this quick and easy topic in the exam. So watch out for that, folks. So what is the Service Trust Portal, you ask? It provides information, tools, and other resources about Microsoft, privacy, and compliance practices. All you guys are going to have to go and do is just sign in with your Microsoft Cloud Services account to access all of this available documentation. All right, so what does the Trust Portal provide in a nutshell? It can give you information, lots of useful information, I might add. It can provide you with tools, and of course it can also provide you with all kinds of other resources about Microsoft security, privacy, and compliance practices, like I said earlier. Now, if you folks were to go take a stroll through the Service Trust Portal, digitally speaking of course, you'll see and be able to access the following offerings there, guys. First of all, you will be able to access the Service Trust Portal homepage. Now, before any of you go and say, well, duh, remember, a lot of people are brand new in IT, and also a lot of people are brand new in Microsoft 365. We all start at rock bottom, including myself, and we work our way up. Remember that. So before any of you go mocking any of these folks, remember, you were there too once upon a time, if you're not still there right now. Anyway, the next offering you'll have access to is the Compliance Manager. This simply measures your progress in completing actions that help reduce risks around data protection and regulatory standards. It also allows you to see how you've done so far and what you're forgetting. So, I use this all the time to go and check what the heck I'm forgetting because I'm a very forgetful person. The wife sends me out to go and buy milk. I buy everything except the milk. And I get home. So she's like, okay, cool. This is all good and well. Sunshine and rainbows. But where's the milk I send you for? So yeah, don't be me. Don't go and be forgetful like me. You guys will also gain access to trust documents. So this is links to a security implementation and design information. You will gain access to industries and regions. This contains compliance information about Microsoft Cloud services organized by industry and region, of course. You'll gain access to the Trust Center. So this is links to resources, including information about features and tools available for data governance and protection in Office 365. The Microsoft Global Data Centers and frequently asked questions. Lastly, folks, you will gain access to the My Library, which allows you to go and add documents and resources that are relevant to your specific organization. Everything is in one convenient place. You can also opt to have email notifications sent when a document is updated, as well as the frequency you receive those notifications. So it's somewhat similar to SharePoint, if any of you guys ever worked on SharePoint. Although I suppose that makes sense because this is all Microsoft, so it only makes sense that it's going to be very much the same. So yeah, there you have it, folks. Hopefully now you have a little bit of a better idea of what the Service Trust Portal contains. I can pretty much guarantee you guys that you will get questions about this in the exam. And those questions will be, for the most part, about what I've listed here for you guys. So if you can, for the most part, remember what I've listed here for you guys and kind of spitball idea of what they're about, you should be able to answer any of the questions in the exam. Remember, you're writing fundamentals. You're not doing an advanced course. You're not writing the advanced exams. This course and this exams is still the fundamental course and the fundamental exam. So they won't go that deep into detail yet, and they won't expect you guys to know that much yet. That's the good news. But if you can more or less remember this list that I've got for you guys here in front, and just basically remember these are the offerings that's available, you should be able to answer all the questions for the most part. So that's the good news, guys. Relax, don't stress about it. Now, speaking of documentation and all that, here we have the topic of Azure compliance documentation. If your organization or one of your clients' organizations needs to comply with legal or regulatory standards, and if you or them uses any Azure services, Microsoft software as a service applications, including things like Microsoft 365, Dynamics, or Power Platform, you or them will find the Azure compliance documentation page very helpful. Here's a picture of what it more or less looks like, so you guys have an idea what I'm talking about when I talk about the next few topics. So there's a picture, take a look, memorize it, or rewind back to it if need be. I'm saying that because I need the space, so let me just get it out of the way again. So if you need to see it again, just rewind. All right, so what can you find there, you ask? You'll find links to documents and articles that explain the regulations. So if you're a newbie to that, you'll find that there. So that's going to help you a lot. You'll also find links to audits, reports, certificates, frequently asked questions, and much more. And to make things easier for you to find, compliance documentation is actually grouped geographically, yeah, and by industry. How nice of them, isn't it? You'll find compliance documentation there that is relevant to everyone. Doesn't matter which country you're from, doesn't matter what kind of industry you're from, whether you're from finance, from health, they've got it. So you'll find their stuff for financial services, for health, for media, and so on and so forth. So the point here is you'll find it there. They've got it there. That's organized very nicely. You'll also find template order documents that you can tailor to your needs. Anyone can go and review and use the documentation as a reference to help them understand and keep up to date with regulations. And yeah, so that's pretty much what this whole thing is about. So if you guys need to see it again, just circle back to that little picture there. But in a nutshell, that's what that's all about. Anyway, well, folks, guess what? We've reached the end of Module 1. Hard to believe, right? Now, we'll finally be moving on to Module 2 of the course, which is called Capabilities of Microsoft Identity and Access Management Solutions. If any of you are still hanging in there at this point of the course, first of all, guys, well done, because I know it's a lot of work. I wouldn't say it's necessarily difficult. It's just information overload, I think is what I'm going to say. So it's a lot to take in very quickly. So I did put in timestamps in the video description down below. So if you need to go and circle back to certain topics just to go and rewatch them because you've forgotten what I said, by all means, go check timestamps. But God, I'm getting my tongue in a knot here. By all means, go and use the timestamps in the video description down below. That is there to make life easier for you guys. It's excruciating for me to try and put those timestamps in there because I basically have to go and watch my own video afterwards to try and figure out where what topic started to get those timestamps in there. Yes, I've got to go watch my own video. So it's excruciating for me to go and put those timestamps in there. I put a lot of effort into that, so please go and make use of them. I put them in there to make life easier for you guys, so that you guys don't have to go and struggle like I did. Anyway, let's make things a little bit more interesting by playing a bit of a game during this course, which only people who have actually attended the course this far will understand. Yep, it's a little bit of an inside game. So you don't have to do this if you don't want to. This is just for fun and gags. So the game is about dropping a comment down below in the comment section where your sentence has to contain the word security or the word cloud. You can go and actually include them both if you really want to. Totally random sentence. Just keep it censored and keep it, civil. We don't want the YouTube police up our necks. So make a random sentence with the word security or a random sentence with the word cloud, or just include them both. This is just for fun and gags. It's going to confuse the living heck out of people that didn't watch the full video. So if you watch the full video, you would obviously know what this is all about. You guys are obviously still more than welcome to drop your normal comments in the comment section down below. So if you've got any question about a course in general, if you've got a question about a specific topic in the course, more than welcome to drop down those questions down below, and I'll gladly get back to you. If you want to drop a question, a legit question, but you also want to play in a game, maybe make it two separate comments. Otherwise, we are going to get confused here. So maybe make one comment where you go and do the little game, and then a separate comment where you actually ask your question that I can just get back to you with a proper answer. Anywho, on to Module 2. The first section in this module is called Identity and Principal Concepts. Each module will have its own main sections. I think I did mention at the beginning of this video. I can't remember because it was an hour ago. But each module will have multiple main sections. Some will have a lot, some will only have like one or two. And this is the first main section within Module 2 now, of course. Now, speaking of the first topic within this first section would be common identity attacks. So for those of you that don't know what identity means, this normally refers to a user or a device. It's not limited to that. In most cases, it's going to probably be someone's user account, something like an Active Directory account. Not limited to that, though. It's just usually going to be a user account. Could be other things, though. Could be something like a device. So when it comes to common identity attacks, these attacks are usually targeted at user accounts. So the end goal here is normally to gain access to someone's account, to compromise that person's account, get a hold of that account and use it to frame someone, use it to gain access to resources in an unauthorized manner. That is generally the end goal here when it comes to these identity attacks. Obviously, it's not limited to that. So when it comes to common identity attacks, here are the types of security threats. The first one I've got up for you guys is password-based attacks. So we're going to basically be attacking the person's passwords. We can imagine for a moment we are the attacker. We are going to be targeting someone's account. We're going to be targeting their password. Many ways we can go about that. So the first way would be to go and use something like a rainbow table. You can go and look that up if you want to. A rainbow table is kind of like me compiling a predefined list of passwords that I think is going to get a hit. So this is easier if you know something or someone very well. So this is a person that you know very, very well. Then it's going to be a lot easier for you to go and compile a quick little list. Let's call it a notepad file, a TXT document, in other words. You can go and very quickly and very easily compile a list of 5 or 10 or 20 passwords of what's more than likely to get a hit when it comes to this person's account. This could be the person's birthday, the person's kids' names, the birthday to their kids, the person's husband's name or birthday, the person's wife's name or birthday, you know, that kinds of stuff. Very good chance you're going to get a hit on that. So that's called a rainbow table. A rainbow table could also be to go and use the manufacturer passwords. If you're going to try and crack the password to something like a router, and you happen to know what the default manufacturer passwords are for these routers or whatever it might be, that's technically also a rainbow table. So it's just a list of predefined passwords which is very likely to get a hit. Doesn't really work anymore though, because you'll find that almost all websites and almost all platforms these days force you or the user to meet certain complexity requirements. It's actually annoying at times, but it's a good thing. So if you go look at something like Facebook, if you go look at something like Gmail, Twitter, or your company's domain account, you're going to find that these organizations normally force you to have a password that's a minimum of 8 characters. Sometimes we'll go and increase that to more. This password normally has to have uppercase, lowercase, numbers, symbols. It's very annoying to go and choose a password that meets those complexity requirements, but that's all with good reason. It is so that someone or something cannot go and use a rainbow table, of course. Another form of attack you can get is a dictionary attack. Now, it's got a very weird name, but the reason why it's called a dictionary attack is because the attack actually uses words in the dictionary. I kid you not. Now, you guys know there's a lot of words in the dictionary, but if you go look at a dictionary attack, it's going to go and use all the words in the dictionary. This is normally done automatically by using some sort of automation program or something in that regard. I don't even know how many words there is in the dictionary. Probably hundreds, easily thousands, tens of thousands. I don't know. So if anyone knows, let me know. I'm actually curious to know. It's a little off topic, but I'm very curious to know. Let me know how many words there's in the dictionary, just more or less. I'm talking about the English dictionary, but I suppose you can give me the words in any other dictionary as well. Just food for thought, curious off topic. So a dictionary attack literally just takes any word, an actual word from the dictionary, and just hits that account of all those possible words automatically. Now, if you're going to go and use those complexity requirements we just spoke of, obviously a dictionary attack won't work either. So you can see those complexity requirements, which are very annoying, are actually very effective. It's a very effective mitigation against rainbow tables, against dictionary attacks. Another type of password attack, which is normally the one that's going to crack someone's password, is a brute force attack. It comes down to guessing the person's password in a nutshell. So you can literally go to someone's account, type in their email address, type in their username, and you as a human being can just keep trying different combinations of what you think the password might be. And that's a variation of a brute force attack, but it's probably going to take you forever and a day because you're a human and there's only so many passwords you can try in a minute's time, so that's not really going to work. It's not really effective. Normally we will go and use a computer or a supercomputer of sorts to go and try as many password combinations as possible. Something else we'll sometimes try and do, here's a picture for you guys of what I'm about to explain. You'll find an attacker will take a random password. In this case, the attacker is taking the password of summer 2016. Totally random word, totally random password. But there's a pretty good chance someone is using that as a password. So this attacker will literally go from account to account to account until he or she gets a hit. So you can see this person went to the account called Joe and tried it, didn't work because Joe's password is July 2016. The attacker moved on to Louise, or Louis, depending on how you want to pronounce that. You can see that person's got a very good strong password, didn't match. The attacker went to Glenn, whoever the heck Glenn might be, and you can see there it goes. Boom! Authenticated, went and worked through the Active Directory. So the Active Directory found a match, and the person's gained access. If you go check further down the list to Ragnar and Dave, didn't work. Those people had different passwords. So if you do that with enough accounts, sooner or later you're bound to get a hit. But those complexity requirements you spoke of earlier is pretty nifty at mitigating that. So guys, very, very important that you go and make sure you go and use those complexity requirements we spoke of. Now getting back to the list of security threats, I'm going to remove this picture here to make room. Another type of common security threat we get is phishing. Now, yes, I spelled it with a P. That's on purpose. You actually do spell it like that. So instead of fishing for a fish in a pond, a lake, a river, the ocean, or wherever, we're fishing for something else. We're fishing for information. Usually it's going to be a username and a password. It's not limited to a username and password. This could be something like credit card details, banking information, your social security number or ID number, depending on what country you're in, it might be called something else. The point is, it's something of value, something sensitive. So this person is going to be fishing for information. The way they do it can be done in many ways. Commonly, this will come forth in an email. So he or she or it will send you an email, and they will pretend to be someone or something you know, in the hopes of gaining sensitive information. So they'll send you an email and pretend to be your bank as an argument. And somewhere along the line, they're going to ask you for something sensitive, like your social security number, ID number, bank account number, username or password. You'll find very often banks will send their clients mails and saying, the bank will never ask you for your username and password. The bank will never ask you for this. It's important you pay attention to that, because the bank will never ask you for that. They know that stuff already. They have already on file. So why would they ask you for that? It's fishy. Now you guys probably won't fall for that because you guys are obviously in IT, but someone that's not in IT can very easily fall victim to this. We're not saying these folks are dumb. These people are just people in a different sector, a different field. So you guys are in IT, so you guys are experts in IT and you understand IT very well. You've got a technological mindset, as they say. But if you could look at someone like a doctor that's in the medical field, or a nurse that's in the medical field, a lawyer that's in the law field, a salesperson, a marketer, any of those kinds of people, those are pretty clued up people, but they're in their own respective fields. So if a doctor is going to come to me and talk about something medical, I'm going to have no clue what this bra is talking about. And the same can be said when we talk about something technical to the doctor, vice versa. So it's a mutual respect. So when it comes to phishing, it's our job as the IT staff to protect our users against these kinds of attacks. Fortunately for us, Microsoft 365 has many built-in protection functions for that, one of which is called ATP, which is short for Advanced Threat Protection. It's not the actual topic here, but I'm just throwing it in there anyway. What I don't like about that benefit is the fact that it's only limited to certain subscriptions, like the Enterprise E5, I think. Yeah, I think it's the Enterprise E5 is the only one that comes with it. You can go and add it as an add-on on other licenses. So if you've got something like an Enterprise E3 that maybe does not have it, nothing stops you from adding the ATP as an add-on on your license, which is normally going to work you out a little bit cheaper. But once again, that's getting off topic here. That's not the topic yet. That'll probably be a topic later in this course. So when it comes to phishing, if I'm just going to send you an email pretending to be your bank, but let's say you pay attention to where it's coming from, and you see this email says @gmail.com at the end. Are you going to believe that it's really from the bank? Probably not. So what these people will often go and do is they'll go and combine a phishing attack with something like a forging attack. Many of these attacks are a combination. So phishing will very often be combined with spoofing. Spoofing is forging something like an email address. So the attacker will go and forge the bank's email address so it looks like it actually comes from the bank, even though it's not. And they will send you an email and they'll try and basically word it so that it looks like it's coming from the bank in the hopes of you falling victim to this. And if someone sees an email that looks like it's coming from the bank, they are probably going to fall victim to it 10 to 1. These phishing attacks can come forth from other categories as well. They can phone you and they'll pretend to be your bank. They can do a lot of other things as well. They can send you an instant message. Many things, guys. Another kind of common identity attack we get is spear phishing, which is basically just a variation of phishing. Spear phishing is more of a targeted attack where I or someone or the attacker will go and target someone or something specific. Usually it's someone specific. So normally this spear phishing attack, will that attack the person, the attacker will normally have inside information. They know the person that they're attacking, or they've gathered enough information on the person that they're about to go and attack, so they can go and make a much more precise, accurate attack on the person. So an example of how this would happen is I'm going to send you an email. So let's say you are the person that I'm trying to attack here. I'm going to send you an email and I'm going to pretend to be someone in your company. I might actually go so far as to go and forge this someone's email address. So it's going to be, once again, a combination of attacks here. It's going to be a combination of spear phishing and spoofing. So I'm going to go and spoof someone's email address. In other words, forge their email address. Someone in your company that you know, someone you work with every day. And I'm going to send you an email and I'm going to ask you for something that doesn't look very far-fetched or out of the ordinary. And the average person doesn't really read their email very properly. So they don't detect this initially. And you're going to go and click on this link in the email, or you're going to go click on this attachment in the email, or you're going to send me the information that I'm requesting. And only once it's too late do you realize that, oh, shucks, oopsie daisy, that isn't the person. This is someone else or something else. And by then it's too late. You've clicked on the link, you've opened the attachment, or you've sent me the information I've requested. It's too late. So that's spear phishing, guys. All right, let's move on to the next topic, identity as the primary security parameter. Sorry if I sound a bit different there. I had to pause the recording there for just a second and move to a different room. My neighbor decided it would be funny to start mowing his lawn. She's making a huge racket, which will obviously be very annoying for you guys if you keep hearing that in the background. So yeah, thus me moving to a different room. Anywho, digital collaboration has changed, folks. Your employees and partners now expect you to be able to collaborate and access organizational resources from anywhere, on any device, and without impacting their productivity. Let's not forget that there has been a huge uptake in the number of folks that's working from home nowadays. And this is not just because of the pandemic, by the way, in case you guys are wondering. A lot of people think, oh, okay, it's probably because of the pandemic. Yes and no. So we were actually very rapidly heading in that direction anyway, with folks working remotely and virtually in the cloud and all that. The pandemic simply just put it on on the fast track, if you want to go and call it that. But we were heading in that direction anyway. Identity has become the new security parameter that enables organizations to secure their assets. Usually, when we talk about identity in IT and the cloud, the first thing that comes to mind is user accounts. Now, this isn't wrong per se, but what folks don't always realize is identity is not actually just limited to, well, accounts. It can also include other things. For example, it could be actual devices that people are using. That also classifies as identity, believe it or not. So, that in mind, an identity is how someone or something can be verified and authenticated and may be associated with some of the following. It could be a user, in other words, the one I just mentioned to you guys, the person's user account in most cases. When someone logs into something with their account, that is one way, and probably the most popular way, of verifying that someone is in fact who they say they are. It could also be an application. Now, note, when I say application, this could be either a cloud app or an on-premises app. In other words, it could be either or. It could also be a device, something I briefly mentioned to you guys earlier. So this is pretty much the second most popular option, close behind user accounts. And then, folks, it could also be a bunch of other things, which most of us have probably never even heard of, at least not yet anyway. For example, it could be partners, it could be customers, and so on. All right, so still on the same topic of identity, let's talk about the four pillars of identity. Yes, there's four pillars, folks. The first pillar is known as administration. This pillar is about the creation and the management of identities for users, devices, and services. As the administrator, you will be able to manage how and under what circumstances the characteristics of identities can change. The second pillar is known as authentication. Now, ironically, they call it the second pillar, but I like to call it step one, which we'll see in just a second. So the second pillar is known as authentication. So just to recap, authentication is to prove you are who you say you are, or you are who or what you claim to be. This can be done in many ways, but generally it comes down to proving somehow that you are indeed who or what you claim to be. The authentication pillar tells the story of how much assurance for a particular identity is enough. In other words, how much does an IT system need to know about an identity in order to have sufficient proof that the person is indeed who they say they are? So when will it be satisfied? How much proof do you actually have to give the system to prove you are who you say you are until it's actually satisfied? The third pillar is known as authorization. I like to refer to it as step 2, and the authentication we just spoke of as step 1. Step 1 would be to first prove you are who you say you are. Step 2 would be to check how much access or privilege you have as that person or account. It's not really called step 1 and 2, it's just, well, how I myself like to think of it. Step 1 almost always takes place everywhere on almost anything. But step 2, on the other hand, you'll notice doesn't always actually really take place. For example, if I log into something common that you guys can all relate to, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, whatever, that will be seen as step 1. Now, as soon as I'm logged into one of those platforms, I generally, for the most part, have full access to the platform. So step 2 doesn't really fully kick in on those platforms if you think about it. Step 2 is more for something like a company domain environment. Once you've logged in with your company account, you would normally have very limited permissions, and on average, the average account would only be able to access certain things and do certain things. That would be an example of step 2, which is known as authorization. So in a nutshell, we can say authorization is to check what level of access you have once you've been authenticated. So step 1 is to authenticate, just to first prove you are who you say you are. And once you've proven you are who you say you are, in other words, you get authenticated, then step 2 kicks in, which is authorization, to check what level of access you have. Anyway, alright, so and then we've got the fourth pillar, which is called auditing. This is about tracking who does what, when, where, and how. It's basically keeping logs of everything that happens in the environment. So if you or someone tends to go and get up to something no good, guess what? It can be seen in the logs, guys. Now, on that bombshell, let's move on to our next topic, modern authentication and the role of identity provider. So first of all, folks, when we say modern authentication, it's actually an umbrella term. So in other words, it's not really something specific. Now, at the center of the whole modern authentication is the role of the identity provider. For those of you that don't know yet, an identity provider creates, maintains, and manages identity information while providing authentication, authorization, and auditing services, which we spoke of earlier. So the identity provider will, in other words, check if someone or something is who or what they claim to be. It will then also check what level of access that someone or something has. And then lastly, it'll keep logs of the whole thing and everything. The identity provider allows organizations to establish authentication and authorization policies, so you can go and choose who or what can log on under what circumstances, and even when they're allowed to do so, what kind of access these people or these devices or whatever this is would have. It also allows organizations to monitor user behavior and much, much more. A fundamental capability of the identity provider and modern authentication is the support for single sign-on, folks. If you look at how many places and the things the average person has to sign into these days, it only makes sense that single sign-on will become more and more important. I mean, show me a platform these days, especially online, that doesn't make use of single sign-on. If you guys go and check the average medium to large size company that's got stuff online, I can pretty much guarantee you somewhere along the line they're going to make use of something called single sign-on. If you don't know what single sign-on is, that means the user will still prove they are who they say they are, or the device or the website will. But once they've done that, that's it. So if I log on to Azure or whatever the platform is, I'm going to have to prove I am a member or an employee of this company. But once I've logged on and I've proven my identity, I don't need to do it again. I can go and access applications and services and whatever in the cloud without having to go and re-authenticate and re-authenticate all over again. It's very annoying and it's very time wasting. So we don't want to go and do that. It just makes sense to have to do it only once. If you close the browser then and you log back in, then obviously you're going to have to go and sign in for the first time again. Now, for those of you that aren't quite sure what an identity provider is, there are a few out there actually, not just one. One of the more well-known ones, at least at the moment, is Microsoft Azure Active Directory, which is an identity provider in the cloud, which is provided by Microsoft, and it's hosted on the Azure portal, which is obviously one of Microsoft's products. It's not the only one. I mean, you obviously get your traditional on-premises Active Directory, which we've been using for the last couple of decades as well. So some companies might prefer their old school on-premises traditional Active Directory, and then you get a lot of companies that use, well, what we call a hybrid Active Directory. Now, if you don't know what a hybrid Active Directory is, that is when a company still has their old school traditional Active Directory on premises, but they have now also acquired themselves Azure Active Directory in the cloud. And they've now proceeded to go and synchronize these two Active Directories with one another. So the old school one that's on premises and the new one that they've got on the Azure portal, they would have gone and synchronized these two. That means everything that's on the on-premises one will be on the one that's in the cloud and vice versa. If I go ahead and make an account the old school way on premises, it's going to go and synchronize that change to the Active Directory in the cloud. And if I were to go and make it in the cloud, yes, you can. It's then going to go and synchronize that back down, vice versa. So many benefits to that, which is why a lot of companies tend to go and use that. Unfortunately, a drawback to that would be you're not going to save money. It's in fact going to spend you, well, cost you more. Phrase that wrong. Because you're obviously still maintaining the old school one on premises. And at the same time, you're now paying for the one in the cloud. So yeah, you're not exactly saving money. You're actually, in fact, spending more if you think about it. All right, folks, let's move on to our next topic, the concept of federated services. This is quite a tricky topic to normally explain, and a lot of people don't really get it. So I think I'm going to try and keep this as simple as I possibly can. I'm going to try and summarize the living heck out of this. So here's a picture for you guys. What I have there for you guys in the picture is on the left, I've got a user. Let's just call this user 1. And this user authenticates to his or her identity provider, their Active Directory. So this could be in the cloud, it could be on premises. The point is, this person is authenticating to their identity provider, their Active Directory. I think for the purpose of this demonstration, let's assume this Active Directory is in the cloud because that's where everybody's moving to. Now on the right hand side there, we've got a second block there. That's a different domain. You can see it says domain A at the top. On the left it says domain B. So domain A is probably a whole different company. There is a website there that belongs to a different company. It's called company A or domain A. And that website authenticates to its own identity provider called identity provider A. So there's two different companies. And they've got their own respective identity providers, they've got their own users, they've got their own websites, and all of that. Now, imagine for a moment that user on the left-hand side there in company B, he or she would like to go and access the website that actually belongs to the company on the right-hand side there. Now, on the left-hand side, that user would have to first go and authenticate to their own Active Directory, prove they are a member or employee of that company, blah, blah, blah. And, if under normal circumstances, if he or she would like to go and access that website on the right-hand side, they would again have to provide a different username and a different password that actually resides in that company. Now, that causes a lot of issues because now someone on that company is going to have to go and create an account, first of all, for that user on their identity provider. So you're going to set up two accounts now, two different passwords. It's a lot more work. It's a lot more configuration. It's a lot more confusion. It's just a pain in the neck. So to avoid that, what we normally go and do between companies like this that work with one another very, very often, we would go and configure something that is known as a trust. The one domain trusts the other domain. So whatever your company's name is, so if your company's name is blah blah blah.com and mine is me.com, yes, I just made that up, these two would trust one another. So if I log on to my Active Directory on the left hand side and I try and access something on the other domain that belongs to another company, it's not going to ask me again for a username and a password. Instead, it's going to say, oh, you're from that company, company B. Okay, cool. No, man. I know company B. I trust, that's the keyword, I trust company B. Since we see you're from company B, and since we trust company B, you're allowed to pass on through. Kind of sounds like in real life where it's about who you know and not what you know. If you know the right people, you can get anything done. So now, because company A and company B's domains trust one another, even though I'm logged on to domain B on the left-hand side, that doesn't matter because domain A trusts domain B. And since I'm logged into domain B, I've already authenticated I am who I say I am. When domain A sees I am trying to access a resource of theirs, it's just going to go and check whether I've been authenticated somewhere on A or B. And in this case, I've been authenticated on B. And since it trusts B, it's going to say, okay, cool, you know what? I trust B, and I don't know exactly who you are, but since I trust B, that's fine. So basically, domain B is vouching for me. It's kind of like when you want to get in somewhere or you want to go and talk to someone, but on your own you can't achieve this. But since you've got a friend that can vouch for you, he or she's vouching for you. So that person that you've never met before, they will trust you now because your friend has vouched for you. Now you should never go and vouch for someone unless you know they're going to get the job done. Otherwise you might end up making a fool of yourself, you know. But that's in essence what federated services comes down to. It means you don't have to have multiple accounts and multiple domains. You just need to have your own usual account on your own domain, and there's just going to be a trust between your domain and another domain. And if one day you would like to access a resource on that other domain, not a problem. As long as you're logged into your domain, not a problem because that domain trusts your domain. It's going to say, okay, cool, you are from this domain, therefore we trust you, and we're going to go on the assumption that you're not going to get up to no good. Pretty cool, right? Anyway, let's move on to the concept of directory services and Active Directory. Now, we did obviously touch on the topic of Active Directory a few moments ago, so we're slowly but surely easing into the topic. So a directory is a hierarchical structure that stores information about objects on the network. Now, what exactly that structure looks like, I can't tell you because it's unique for each and every company. It's a lot of work if you are the person that's going to have to go and set this up from scratch. It is, I can vouch for that. But at the same time, it's a lot of fun because if you are the person that has to go and set this up for the very first time, you get to choose what that network looks like, what the structure will look like, and how it's all going to work. Now, if you're coming into an existing company in an existing environment, which is usually going to be the case, you unfortunately will not be able to go and choose what the design looks like. You're just going to be tasked with maintaining the existing environment, which has already been made and designed by someone else. But in a nutshell, a directory, which most companies only have one of, is just a little structure that shows you the layout of your company, how many departments it's got, and in each of these departments you can go and have subcategories if need be. Doesn't mean they will. And you'll have your users, you'll have your computers, and all of that in your average company's directory. Now, in your directory service, this stores directory data and it makes it available to network users, administrators, services, and applications. There's a lot of things on premises as well as in the cloud that makes use of your directory. So it doesn't just contain the information for your identities like your user accounts and devices. It contains a lot of information. I mean, heck, it even contains the group policies for crying out loud. So a lot of services in your network is going to make use of your directory service. They are going to refer to the directory service and say, hey, who is this, or what is this, or how does this work? So the directory service is kind of like a parent that basically tells everybody what to go and do on the network. Now, the best known service of this kind is Active Directory Domain Services, more commonly known as ADDS for short. So what is this? This is normally a role that you would go and install on a server on premises. So for the last couple of decades, you would go make a physical or a virtual server. It used to always be a physical server. Once you've built this physical server or bought this physical server, you would install the server operating system. Once you've done that, you have the ability to go and add what is known as a role. So until you go and add a role, the server is just like a normal computer. You can go play games on it, you can do whatever on it. So what basically distinguishes a server from a normal computer is the roles you're going to go and add on it. As soon as you add a role to a server, you're giving that server a role to play on the network. And you can go and add multiple roles if you need to, but normally we'll go and combine a light role with a heavy role. So ADDS is one of the many roles we go and add. It's probably one of the most common roles we'll go and add. And this essentially installs the Active Directory software on that computer. And the Active Directory software is going to allow you to go and create your own little domain if you don't have one. Or you can go join your server to an existing domain if you already have one, but you're probably going to have to go and create a new one. You would then have the ability to go and create your user accounts for your users in your company. You'll be able to go and create for computers, digitally speaking, on the Active Directory. You can go and create organizational units, which are known as OUs for short. Basically, just a fancy name for a fancy folder. And you can go and create your group policies and a lot of other things, guys. So in short, the Azure Active Directory is the newer version of the old premises one that we used to have. So if you look at the ADDS, that's what we've been having for the last couple of decades. This is a central point of authentication, which would normally be on premises, either on a physical server or a virtual server, but it'll be on premises. These days, it's more common to see companies making use of Azure Active Directory. It's still Microsoft, it's still an Active Directory, it's simply now in the cloud, but it's still a central authentication. It's just in the cloud. It's just being hosted on someone else's property, which means it's someone else's property. What do you call it? Someone else's responsibility to maintain the whole thing. Making sure it's up 99% of the time and all of that. But other than that, it's simply just moved into the cloud. It's still a central point of authentication, folks. The Azure Active Directory is the evolution of identity and access management solutions, providing organizations an identity as a service solution for all their applications across cloud and on premises. So just because your Active Directory is in the cloud, so that's if you were making use of Azure Active Directory, that doesn't mean you can only use stuff in the cloud. So your Active Directory can be in the cloud, so in other words, you're using Azure Active Directory, and you will be able to use stuff both on premises as well as in the cloud. So if you're using an application on premises that requires some sort of authentication, that application will simply request that authentication in the cloud instead of on premises. It's just doing it somewhere else, but it's still doing the same thing essentially, folks. Well, folks, that brings us to the end of that main section in Module 2, and now we'll move on to Explore Azure Active Directory. So this second main section in Module 2 will for the most part obviously be about Azure Active Directory, like the title states. It's not just that. I'm not going to go and show you guys everything in Azure Active Directory because there's absolutely no way I can do that. I mean, you can go and attend an Azure Active Directory course and still won't be able to cover everything in Azure Active Directory. It's just too much. This is a fundamental course, so I'm just going to give you guys a bit of an overview. Now within this main section, the first topic we are going to be talking about is the Azure Active Directory. Goes without saying, isn't it? So just to help make this a little bit easier to understand, I mean, if I'm just going to be talking about it, it's going to be boring. I think let me switch over to the Azure Active Directory itself. So here we are on the Azure portal. And now all I'm going to do is I'm just going to look for the Azure Active Directory. So if you land on this main page, you can go to Azure Active Directory by clicking there. If you happen to be on your Microsoft 365 portal, you'll have to do it a different way. You normally find on the admin center at the bottom left. Under all admin centers, you'll find it there. Now I'm already logged on to the Azure portal, so I can go click there, or I can go run a search for it in the top in that little search bar. Alternatively, I can go here to the navigation pane. This used to be called the hub up until about 2018. 2017, 18, somewhere they rephrased this to the navigation pane. And this menu actually used to be locked in place, mind you, up until about 2019, 2020 somewhere. And now it disappears automatically. So if I click here, you'll see it automatically disappears. Now, normally when they change things like that, I don't like it, but this one I actually do like, especially if you're using a very small laptop screen or something, then you need the space, trust me. Now, what we see on this list on the left-hand side, for the folks that's never seen Azure before, this is absolutely not what Microsoft Azure is limited to. These are simply some of the most common things the average person would need or want to access on Azure. I mean, there's virtual machines, you've got your websites, Active Directory, SQL databases, very common things. But in reality, you can actually go and drag these things, unpin these things, and if you don't find what you're looking for on this list, you can go run a search for it at the top because there's thousands of services. Alternatively, you can go click where it says all services. So just to give you guys an idea, we're going to get to Active Directory in just a moment. So if I click here on all services, look at this list here. Would you believe me if I told you that that is just the categories, folks? Yep. So if I were to go click here on compute, you would more or less find what you would expect to find in the compute section, like virtual machines and containers. And this is still, for the most part, not everything. But look, there's a search block there. Why do you think there's a search block? Because this is still not everything. So each and every one of these little buggers has its own little list of thingies that you would expect to find that. And the one I clicked on was all services. Now, another way to access a whole bunch of stuff on Azure would be to go here to where it says create a resource. That used to be called new up until about 5 years ago. This one here used to be called more services, and it used to be at the bottom of this list. Now they've moved it to the top, relabeled it to all services instead of more services. This one has been renamed from new to create a resource. Potato, potato, it still does the same thing. If you click on that, which is what I did, just give it a second, it looks different, but it is essentially the same thing as what I just showed you guys. Still has the same categories. There's the compute category again that I clicked on previously. You'll notice it looks slightly different, but you can still go and use it. So these are for the most part what they refer to as templates on the Azure Marketplace. So if I would like to go and make a virtual machine that's got Windows 10 installed, I can go and click there, and for the most part, most of the stuff is going to be pre-filled out for me. Doesn't mean I have to take that, but it's going to be pre-filled out for me. It's like a template. Or you can just go and make it completely from scratch, which is my personal preference. Alright, so anyway, I've shown you guys a little bit of what's on Azure. Let's go to our navigation pane and proceed to the Azure Active Directory. There it is on the left-hand side, Azure Active Directory. So that would be an example of an identity provider, like we spoke of earlier. This is a cloud identity provider. So it's still a central point of authentication. All your users and their devices are still going to authenticate to a central point. It's simply just not hosted on premises. It's running somewhere else on someone else's property. Not someone else's, Microsoft in this case. They're hosting it for you. And they give you other benefits like a 99% uptime guarantee and all kinds of cool perks. So, but it's still a central point of authentication. It's just, well, on someone else's property, which means it's cloud. Now here on the left hand side, this is not the navigation menu. So you might think so because it's on the left and you see a couple of tabs. It is not. That is the navigation menu. So if I click on the top left, that is the navigation menu. This, folks, is a blade. So Microsoft refers to these menus as a blade. And depending on what tab, in other words, what option I click on here, you'll find some of these tabs will open in an extra blade with options. And depending on what tab I click there, it might give me another blade and another blade. It's kind of the same concept as on your desktop PC or your laptop where you make a folder. And inside that folder, you'll find a couple of folders. And inside those folders, you'll find a couple of folders. And before you know it, you're 10 or 20 folders deep. So those are like layers. Same thing with these blades. Depending on what tab you click on, it could expose another tab and another tab and another tab or another blade and another blade. There's been times where I will be like 10, 20 blades deep. It's rare. Most of the time you'll only find yourself 2 or 3 blades deep, but it is certainly possible to go that deep. Now in this blade, everything we see here on the left is specific and unique to the component, which is Azure Active Directory at this point in time. There is my users tab. There's my groups. There's all kinds of other things here. In the past, users and groups used to be the same tab. Now they split the two, I see. And a whole bunch of other things here as well. Something that also caught my eye here is Azure Active Directory Connect. And if you click there, that's essentially what you guys are going to be using to connect your Active Directory on premises, if you still have one, with the one in the cloud.
Does anyone remember what we call that? We call that a hybrid Active Directory environment. And the Azure AD Connect is an actual tool you're going to go and download. You're going to drop it on premises on your servers on premises. You're going to install it. And once you've installed it and once it starts running, it's going to synchronize your accounts on premises to the cloud and vice versa. There's no rule that says you have to download it from the Azure portal, by the way. You can actually just go around and search for it in Google or whatever. It's going to take you to another website because you'll notice it's not on the Azure portal. At the moment, if we look at the URL at the top, it says portal.azure.com. But if I were to go and click the download link, which is going to be found under that tab, let me show you guys. If I go here, there's a download link. And if I were to go and click on that link, which I might as well do now since we're on the topic, it's going to take me to a website that says Microsoft.com. We're no longer on the Azure portal. And if you were to go run a Google search for the Azure AD Connect tool, and you go click on the results, it's going to take you to the exact same website, which is where I am now. You're going to go download the tool. It's normally between 150 megabytes and 200 megabytes in size. Microsoft suggests you drop this on your root Active Directory. I'm just going to disagree with that. It doesn't have to be on your root Active Directory. As long as you drop it on one of your servers on premises. Once you run that wizard, it's going to ask you for a global admin account. That's an admin account on your Azure Active Directory to make sure you're a member and employee of that domain and that you're authorized to go and pull this stunt. Once you provide the global admin account on the Azure Active Directory, it's then going to again ask you for an admin account, this time for the on-premises Active Directory for the same reasons. So for both of those, it's just to make sure you are indeed an employee or a member of that organization, and you're not up to no good and trying to hijack their Active Directory, and also that you're indeed allowed to go and pull this stunt. And then you just go over all the default options in the beginning. I do not suggest, fiddling with any of the options in the beginning. Let it do its initial synchronization. And once it's done, then you can go and fiddle with it. Now let me close that tab up for you guys. Let's go to the top here and show you guys users and groups. I'm going to go to users. Now what I like about it is Azure Active Directory is the fact that it's platform as a service. That means I do not need to go and build a physical server. I do not need to go and install the server operating system. I did not need to go and add a role like the ADDS role, which you would normally have to go on premises. None of that. I could just come in here, and at most I just need to link my domain. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to keep it to the default here. And I can right off the bat start synchronizing user accounts or create new ones. Now there I will have the ability to go and create a new user account. There used to be a button there that says new, and one that says guest. I believe now if you click there, they've given the options here, which is the same thing. So instead of having two buttons at the top, they're now here, but this is subject to change. Maybe by the time you guys watch this video, if it's a couple of months or a year or so after I've uploaded it, you might find this option is going to look different again. Microsoft is constantly changing the Azure platform. The good news is 1 plus 1 will always be 2, so you're just going to have to dig around a little bit and just find where they've moved the 2 essentially. So that one there is to create a normal Active Directory user, but it's going to be in the cloud. That one there, it says invite an external user, is if you want to invite someone that's not part of your company. This is normally going to be like a consultant, contract worker, something in that regard. So if you've got someone outside your company that needs access to resources in your organization, normally we're not too comfortable giving this person a full-fledged account on Active Directory. For security reasons, that's a bit of a concern. So instead, we're going to invite them using their live ID. And once we've invited them and once they've accepted this invite, they will then be granted access to certain resources, obviously at my discretion. Now, the good news here is 9 out of 10 companies are using 365 these days, and that will be the email addresses for the average Joe. And you can actually go and invite that person that's outside your company on their work email address. So if their work email address is a 365 email address, which there's like a 90% chance of that, you can literally just invite them on that and it's going to work just fine. Now, if they happen to be in a 10% group which is not using 365, I always find it weird that people are not using it, but if they happen to be in that group, they can literally just go to www.live.com and make themselves a new email address purely for the purposes of this. It's going to end with an @outlook.com extension. They can call it whatever they want, and that's going to be sufficient, and you will be able to grant them access. So let's go make a normal user so you guys can see what it looks like. I'm going to go click there where it says create a user. I'm going to go here. This is going to be the person's username that he or she will sign into on their machine or our domain environment. Let's keep it short and sweet. I'm just going to call it Jess. So be careful when you call something short and sweet like that, because if it's a medium to large size organization, chances are there's probably someone with that name already called Jess. So you might want to add the first letter of the last name there, or just type in the person's full name and last name. So if this person's called Jess Smith, I might make it S for Smith. There you will choose your domain. Now mine's an user-friendly one at this point in time because, well, this is a trial. But in real life, you would be able to go and make your own alias there and choose your own company domain and all that once this is set up. I'm going to call this person Jess Smith. So what will he or she be displayed as? Jess Smith, please. Their first name is Jess. Last name is Smith. You can go and choose to generate a password or to go and choose one yourself. I just let it generate because either way, whether you choose one or whether it generates, this is a temporary password, guys. The very first time this person logs on, the person called Jess, it's going to prompt Jess to change their password to a more permanent password. So what's the use of me choosing a password here if it's just going to be a temporary password anyway? That's the way I see it. So if you're going to generate it, you can just click here to see it. It's always going to be 4 letters and 4 numbers. First letter normally being an uppercase. Although there has been some rare instances where I've seen 5 letters and 3 numbers or the other way around. But normally it's 4 letters, 4 numbers, first letter being an uppercase. Here you can go and add the person to a group or multiple groups if you want to go and do that. That's assuming you have groups at this point in time. You probably will. I don't have any groups yet because I'm literally doing this for the first time on a trial account. But if your company currently has groups, you can go click there, choose the group or groups that you want to add the person to. If you do not want to add the person to a group right now, you can always go do it afterwards. You can do pretty much anything afterwards. There's no rule that says you have to go and do certain settings while creating a certain component. You can always go and change that afterwards or do that afterwards. In this case, I can always go and add the person to groups or remove them from groups afterwards. Under roles, what level of privilege will this person have? So by default, he or she will have user. User means the person has diddly squat. No permissions whatsoever. So in the past, if you went and clicked here, it would have given you 3 radio buttons. One would say user, one would say global administrator, and a third would say limited administrator. If you clicked user, user was just user like we have now. Global administrator was full-blown access. That's the highest rank you could pretty much go on Azure and Microsoft 365. And if you chose limited administrator, it would expand with a list of about 5 or 6 options. Now you don't get those options anymore because look at how many options there is. It's definitely not just 3 or 4 or 5 options. Absolutely not. So user is still the default. Global administrator is still there, but it's somewhere in the list. You're going to have to look for the letter G. Let's just see if we can find it. There it is. So if you choose that one, the person will have full access. They can do pretty much anything. It's like playing an IT guard. Alternatively, you can go and give the person some sort of limited IT role here. You'll see I can go and choose tick boxes. It's not radio buttons. So you have the ability to go and give someone more than one role if need be. If this person's responsibility is to go and do more than one thing on the Azure environment, you can do that. You can give the person more than one role if needed here, obviously. I'm going to close this up. Just wanted to show you guys you can, in fact, go and do that. If needed, you can go and populate this with the person's company title, job title, all that. I'm not going to go and do that. Let's go and create. Creating an account takes like 1 or 2 seconds. If the account doesn't reflect here immediately, which is the case here, it's just a matter of we need to refresh the page once or twice. So let me try and refresh the page and see if it shows. We might have to do that once or twice before it's actually going to pop up. Not yet. Let me browse to the dashboard. I'm just going to take a little stroll here, digitally speaking. La-di-da, la-di-da, take a stroll. So that's other components that I've created on the Azure portal. Nothing to do with this course in case you guys are wondering. Let's take a stroll back to Azure Active Directory, see if it's up and showing again. Let's go back to my users. Maybe if we're lucky it'll show. And there we go. It shows. Jess Smith. Now if you go and click on this person called Jess Smith, it's going to open a blade for that component. So you can see for what component is it? It's for a user. Which user? For Jess Smith. So everything you see here is specific and only applicable to that user, Jess Smith. So if I click delete, it's only going to delete that person. Reset the password, edit some properties, you name it. Now that shows, that might not look like a lot, but guys, it's a lot. I can go and change licensing aspects here, application things, add the person to groups or remove from groups. I can go and add the guy, give the person some roles, take away some roles, some privilege and all that. So you can see you've got quite a lot of options here. Let's go back to the Azure Active Directory and show you guys the group side of the coin. There we have groups. Oh wait, I didn't show you guys how to invite someone using an external ID. Let's do that first. Click new user. External, so you're going to go and invite them using their live ID, which is 9 out of 10 times going to be a 365 email address. Go there, type the external person's name, their email address, give it a little description saying, hey, welcome, looking forward to working with you, welcome to my blah blah blah, and then you mention your company's name there, whatever it might be. He or she would receive this as an email. They click on the invite file, and there we go. You can see here right off the bat, you can actually go and start adding the person to groups and give them some level of privilege, or you can just do it afterwards. It's probably going to be quicker to do it from here, bro, so you don't have to go back and do it afterwards. Let's go back a step or two here to users and groups. There we go, groups. Let's create a new group here. And you get many kinds of groups. Just going to mention them to you, but you get many kinds. So here they just mentioned two kinds, a security group and a Microsoft 365 group. In reality, there's probably like 6, 8, 10 groups that I'm aware of that you can go get on 365. Give it a name. So if this is the sales department, let's just call it sales. Group description, sales department. Here we go. Do you want to add owners? Do you want to add members? We can of course do this afterwards. Like I said, you can always go and change the component afterwards. Create. Give it a sec or so. And then obviously we're going to have to refresh once or twice before the group will show here. Just like with a user account, it'll have its own little list of options here. So the list we currently see here is for all the groups, not for a specific group. So let's go here to home again. Let's just see if we can get everything to show up. I'm going to go to Azure Active Directory. Honestly, I was too lazy to press F5 to refresh the page, so I'm just clicking on random tabs while I'm talking to you guys. Let's click on groups. Let's see if we see our group. And there it is, folks. I can now click here on sales. And this tab, well, this blade, is now unique for what? It's for group. It's for a group. Which one? Sales. And all the options here is unique to that group specifically called sales. So I can go and add members, remove members, change roles, licenses, you name it. Let's go back a step or two here. Back to my groups. You'll see there's a whole bunch of other options you guys can go and play with here with lots and lots of fun. I mean, for example, naming policies. You can go and configure naming policies of what names are allowed to be used for groups, for example. If your users in your company are not allowed to use certain names for certain groups because they're swearing words or just banned for whatever reason that your company might have, you can go do that there. It normally involves you going in here, downloading a CSV file. I mean, there's a lot of things on Azure and Microsoft 365 that uses CSV files. You're going to download the CSV file, populate it with the words. You can see up to a maximum of 5,000 words. You're going to go and upload it again by clicking here, and there you go. Expiration policy is one of my personal favorites. This works especially great for projects and stuff. Now, all companies have lots and lots of user accounts and groups and all kinds of stuff that's just lying there on the system, dormant, no longer in use. This is something that's bound to happen on pretty much any company. As time goes by, certain people are going to leave the organization, certain groups are no longer going to be needed, etc., etc. This causes a lot of clutter. And before you know it, it's going to be a nightmare to go and try and clean it up. That is where expiration comes into play. So you can go and make certain groups expire. So if this is a project you or your staff or whoever's working on, you can make that group expire. So you can go and make it expire after 6 months, 12 months. Those are the defaults you can go and choose. Or you can go and specify a custom period if need be. And when you go and do that, the group's automatically going to go and delete itself and everything and anything associated with that. That doesn't sound like a big deal, but I can assure you it is a big deal. A lot of things on 365 are linked. If I, for example, go and do something as simple as create a team on Microsoft Teams. Now, it's not just going to go and create a team with whatever name I've chosen. So if I call it Team 1, it's going to go and create a 365 group called Team 1. It's going to go and create a OneNote notebook called Team 1. It's going to go and create a SharePoint site collection called Team 1, and much, much more. So you can see this a ripple effect. The user might just see, oh, here I am, I just made a new team. Meanwhile, none the wiser that they've just created a whole bunch of things in the background. And when they go and delete that team one day, they're going to delete a lot of things in the background, either intentionally or accidentally. Usually it's accidentally without realizing it. So if I were to go here to the expiration policies and I make that group expire, that's called Team 1, it's going to go and delete that group that OneNote notebook I spoke of, the SharePoint site collection I spoke of, and the team. Everything is going to get deleted after a certain period. So if you know this project is going to be, let's say, 12 months long, you can make the group get deleted after 12 months. And normally about a month or so before it gets deleted, it's going to start reminding you that, hey, about 11 months ago, you said you want this group to get deleted on this day. Is this still the case, or would you like to postpone? So it's going to keep reminding you more and more frequently the closer you get to the time, because as we know it, life is what happens while we're busy making other plans. Nothing ever goes according to plan, right? So yeah, hopefully that gives you guys a bit of an overview of the Azure Active Directory. There's lots of other things we can go and play on in Azure, but this course is not about Azure now, is it? It's called SC-900, which is about security and things like that, which happens to include a little bit of Azure security, but it's also a lot to do with Microsoft 365 security. Anyway, folks, let's go back to that presentation.
Alrighty, let's look at the topic of Azure Active Directory identity types. You'd remember earlier in this course I mentioned that an identity in IT is often a user account, but it's however not limited to that. Now, coming at this topic from an Azure Active Directory perspective, the word identity could still be a user account, and a user would still just be a means for a user to prove they are who they say they are. Now, if you find yourself in a situation where you've got multiple users that's got the same access needs, you can just go and throw them all into a group and just go and allocate permissions to that group instead. This is going to be a lot less work, instead of going to each and every user account and allocating permissions, which is possible, but that's going to take you forever. So why not throw all those folks that's got the same access needs into one group and just go and allocate that permission or access to the group once? So that will be seen as a bulk operation. Why work harder when you can work smarter? So by adding people to the group that have the same access needs, you'll massively be reducing your workload. Another Azure Active Directory identity type you get, which is pretty much just on Azure, is service principal. It sounds like something very complicated if you look at the name, but it's actually just a security identity, guys. It's used by applications and services to access specific Azure resources. You can think of it as an identity for an application, pretty much. So just like we humans use user accounts, which are seen as one type of identity, applications also need an identity to access resources. An application can't go and use user accounts because that's used by us humans as users. So that is where this type of identity comes in, which is called service principal. I personally think Microsoft really could have done a better job of the naming of this one, because even though I've explained this topic to you folks right now, I'm pretty sure by the end of this video you guys are absolutely not going to remember what a service principal account is. You're definitely not going to remember that, and that's simply because of the name being so freaking complicated. So if Microsoft gave this specific identity a better name, I think you guys would have been able to remember it a lot easier and a lot quicker. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about Microsoft's naming convention. So all I can say, guys, a service principal account is an identity that's used by applications, where a user account is an identity that's used by us humans. Now, another Azure identity type we get is managed identity. Now, the name of this one makes slightly more sense than the previous one, if you know what it does, but it's still not a great name. It's a little bit better than the previous one, but it's not quite there yet. A managed identity is an identity in the Azure Active Directory that automatically is managed by Azure. Managed identities are typically used to manage the credentials for authenticating a cloud application with Azure service. A managed identity is an identity in the Azure Active Directory that is automatically managed by Azure. Managed identities are typically used to manage the credentials for authenticating a cloud application with an Azure service. The last Azure identity type I have for you folks today on this list is device. I think this one at least makes some sort of sense. I mean, you can kind of figure this one out or make a guess based on its name. At least with this one, the name makes a little bit more sense.
and it'll be a little bit more easier to remember this one when it comes to writing your exam. So for those of you that don't know, a device is a piece of hardware such as a mobile device, a laptop, a desktop, a server, a printer, a scanner. I think you guys get the idea. So device identities are for the actual devices themselves and can be set up in different ways in Azure Active Directory with determined properties such as who owns the device. That'll be pretty useful. I myself love using device identities with something like Microsoft Intune, which allows a person to configure security compliance policies, amongst things. That's one of the many things you can go and do. It doesn't matter where the users are of the devices. You can configure compliance policies that scan the user devices for things that don't belong. If they aren't allowed to have certain applications installed or certain settings, you can have these applications automatically removed, or you can have these settings automatically corrected by using Intune. It's a cool platform, but at the same time, it's a scary platform. So I don't want to be on the receiving end. If you're on the administrative perspective side of things, yeah, it's cool. But if you're on the user side, on the receiving side, then yeah, it's not so cool. And that, folks, brings us to the end of another section in this module. Now we're moving into the section called Authentication Capabilities of Azure Active Directory. We already know what authentication is based on what I said earlier in this course. Authentication, in a nutshell, is to prove you are who or what you claim to be. So that is normally done via user accounts or things like that. So I am who I say I am. I'm proving that I am who I say I am, or I am proving that I am what I say I am. So this could be an actual device or something as well. Now in this section, we'll start with authentication methods of Azure Active Directory. So we already know what authentication is, but what are the different authentication methods? So before we start, folks, please make sure you understand the following topics I'm about to explain to you very well. If needed, make notes. And heck, maybe even rewatch this specific part of the course. I'll leave timestamps for you guys in the video description down below, like I said in the beginning of the video. So just to make it a little bit easier for you guys to find this specific section again, and due to it being so important, I am going to leave timestamps in the video description down below. So if you feel like it, or if you need to come back to this, check the video description when you come back to this video, and then just jump ahead so you don't have to go and struggle to find this part again. So I've done it. I've put it in there for you guys. It took me forever to put in those timestamps. So yeah, please make use of them. So not only will you get questions about this in the exam, but you will in fact get asked multiple questions about all of this. So it's very important. Don't say I didn't warn you. So let's first look at MFA. Most people in IT are already familiar with MFA, which is obviously short for multi-factor authentication. MFA requires you or a user to provide more than one type of verification. You or the user will have to prove in more than one way that you are indeed who you claim to be. There are three main categories we work with, and these verification methods we're talking about has to fall into at least two different categories or more to be classified as multi-factor. If you've got two things but they fall into the same category, doesn't count. Has to fall into two different categories or more to classify as MFA. Make sure you know that. Now please note, the three categories I'm about to list for you folks are absolutely not the only categories. These three that I'm about to list are simply the main three. These three are the only ones you need to know for this course, and they're the only ones you need to know for this exam. So you don't have to worry about, what if I don't know the other ones? No, you can relax, you can chill, you don't need to know the other ones. I'm just mentioning, just FYI, that there happens to be other categories as well, but the three I'm about to list are the only ones you actually need to know for this course and for this exam. So the first category is something you know. The second is something you have. And the third is something you are. Those are the three main categories. And for something to classify as MFA, your things have to fall into two of these categories or more. Two different ones. So if you look at the first one there, something you know, that will be something like a pin, like a password, like a phrase. See where we're going with this. Something you have is something you have physically on your person. Could be a bank card, a smart card, a thumb. Heck, this could even be your phone. Now, this tends to confuse people, but remember, what do we often receive on our phones? An OTP, which is short for one time PIN. So when you go and log on to something, this could be your banking or something, sometimes these platforms send you an OTP, which is on your phone that only you have physically on your person. So thus an OTP classifies as something you have, because where does it get sent to? To your phone, which is something you have. You'll find out it's not the only thing that gets into your phone. I mean, I think most banks and most platforms these days actually are moving away from OTPs, and they'll instead make you or force you to install some sort of app, some sort of authenticator app. And nowadays, when you want to do some sort of transfer via your phone, banking wise, or when you want to log onto some platform, you have to first open the app on your phone and acknowledge this transfer or this login or whatever, just to prove it really is you, in fact. So, yeah, phone is something you have. Now, as for the last category that says something you are, that is normally something biometric in nature. So in other words, fingerprint scan, eye scans, when you get these special eye scanners that scans your eye, you get voice recognition, hell, you get facial recognition, which is actually going to be one of our next topics sometime soon. Stay tuned for that one. Wow, I sound like a TV show. But yeah, before we get to that, let us look at something else which I want to talk to you guys about. So if you look at the end of the yellow title there at the top, it says security defaults. So that is also something you guys need to know for the exam, and you're also going to get questions about that. These security defaults is a pretty nice feature or function Microsoft has given to organizations. It basically comes down to a set of basic identity security mechanisms recommended by Microsoft. This is a great option for companies that want to increase their security posture but have absolutely no idea how to go about it. You'll find that in most cases this is companies that are usually brand new to Azure, or their IT staff just plain out have no experience on Azure yet. And in those cases, if you want security and you need security, which is probably going to be the case, then you can go and use the security defaults we're talking about. It's basically something you're just going to go and turn on. So what does it actually do, you might wonder? If you were to go and enable this thing called security defaults, Microsoft will automatically enforce a whole bunch of security related settings and features, which is great if you or a company doesn't really know what the heck they're doing when it comes to this. Some of the main things it does, which they will definitely ask you about in exam, is it enforces multi-factor authentication registration for all users. So everybody in the company will be forced to register for multi-factor authentication. If you don't do that, you will not be able to access resources. So this is just to make sure people really, really are who they say they are. So instead of just requiring a username and a password or an email address and a password, these people will need to prove they are who they say they are in more than one way. So this could be a username and a password combined with an OTP. It could be a username and a password combined with something else. So those are examples. All users will be forced to register for multi-factor authentication. Administrators will also be forced to use multi-factor authentication. No ifs or buts about it. It will force admins to use MFA, and this is obviously due to these accounts being such a high target. Any hacker will normally target admin accounts. That's one of the main targets for hackers. It will also require all users to provide MFA where needed. Now, at first glance, that pretty much sounds like the same thing which we said earlier. So what they mean by this is, even though all users already are required, to have MFA as a must, depending on what that user tries to do or what that user tries to access, they might potentially be asked again to provide multi-factor authentication. So it might get slightly annoying for some of these users. I mean, they will literally log onto the platform and prove they are who they say they are in more than one way. And as soon as they try and access a certain thing like an application or a certain website, it asks them again to prove they are who they say they are. So it's just to make extra tippy-toe sure that they really are who they say they are. Might be annoying, but at the end of the day, it comes down to security, folks. Alrighty, let's look at the topic of Windows Hello. So, what is Windows Hello? It's an authentication feature built into Windows 10 and Windows 11,
It replaces passwords with strong two-factor authentication on PCs and mobile devices. This authentication consists of a new type of user credential that is tied to a device and uses biometric or a PIN. So you'll find that a lot of laptops these days, I mean, they come out with cameras, they come out with fingerprint scanners, and Microsoft basically figured, you know what? Since most of these devices have these scanners anyway, why not make use of them? And that's where Windows Hello comes into play. It basically takes full advantage of those fingerprint scanners and all that if you should have that. So that being said, Windows Hello lets users authenticate to a Microsoft account. It lets users authenticate to an Active Directory account, to an Azure Active Directory account, and also lets users authenticate to identity provider services or relying party services that support Fast ID Online version 2 authentication. You'll see after the initial verification of the user during enrollment, Windows Hello is set up on the user's device and Windows asks the user to set up a gesture. This can be the biometric we spoke of. It can be something like a fingerprint, obviously, if we're saying biometric. It could be that PIN we spoke of. The user provides the gesture, whatever it might be, to verify their identity. Windows then uses Windows Hello to authenticate these users against those four things we just mentioned. Alright, and then also in the category of authentication and all that kinds of nonsense, let's look at self-service password reset in Azure Active Directory. Now you do get this on Microsoft 365 as well, just so by the way, but if you're going to try and do this on Microsoft 365, it is subject to license. So in the old days, you had to have an Enterprise E3 or an Enterprise E5 license, and you also had to go and turn this function on for your company. Now, I stand to be corrected because I don't know everything, but the last time I checked, you no longer have to go and turn this on. It is turned on by default, but you do unfortunately still require an Enterprise E3 or Enterprise E5 license to get this benefit. So if you or your company are using something lower ranked than Enterprise E3 or E5, then you're probably not going to have this on the 365 side. Now, coming at this from an Azure Active Directory perspective, what are the benefits of self-service password reset? So in other words, what does it actually do though? So I think before we talk about the benefits, self-service password reset basically comes down to the user is going to go and reset their own password. Instead of them contacting you or the IT team or the help desk to go and say, hey, help me, I forgot my password or I've locked myself out. Instead of that happening now, they can just go and do it themselves. Teach a man to fish and they can fish for life, as they say. Now, getting back to the benefits of self-service password reset, it increases security because the help desk and all that normally provides an extra layer of security. It saves the organization money. How and why? Well, if your technicians are not busy resetting people's passwords, that means those technicians can go and spend their time better on other things that's more important. So we're not wasting technicians' time resetting people's passwords. We're using them for other more important things. So there you're saving money. You're also saving money on the actual users themselves because if they're going to go and help themselves, they're probably going to get helped a lot quicker. Where a technician might take 5 minutes, half an hour, or an hour, or even a day to get back to the user, depending on how busy they are. If the user resets the password themselves, it's going to be a lot quicker, which means they can get back to work a lot quicker, which means the company loses less money. It increases productivity. So I kind of accidentally covered that one just now. So in other words, the user can get back to work a lot quicker, which means they work faster. They get back to work quicker, and all that. I mean, obviously, if the user is going to get back to work quicker, they're going to get more work done. So if they had to wait a whole hour or two for the technician to assist them first, everything they were doing was coming to a grinding halt. And now, since they can reset their password themselves, they can get back to work as soon as possible. Productivity resumes as soon as possible. Now, self-service password reset works in the following scenarios. You can go and change the password. So this means the person is not necessarily locked out. Sometimes some users just really want to change their password. I mean, this has even happened to me myself. So if the user just doesn't like their password, or they feel someone might have seen their password, or maybe they lent their account out to someone, which you're not supposed to do, by the way, but if they did that, they might feel they need to change their password. Whatever the reason could be, that could be one. You've got password reset. So that's in the event of the user, well, their password expiring, I think, in most cases. So they forgot their password or their password expired. Based on my experience, it's only because the user forgot their password. And once again, instead of them bugging you or the IT help desk, they can just, well, go and help themselves. The last one here is account unlock. So that's usually if the account is locked, which is very rare, by the way. But that could happen because someone tried to log into this person's account, or this person forgot their own password 3 times or 4 times in a row, and maybe there's some sort of account lockout policy in place. The point is, if the account's locked for whatever reason, the user can actually go and unlock the account themselves. Now, still on the topic of self-service password reset, so don't leave me just yet if you're watching this topic. Authentication methods for self-service password reset. So Microsoft's given me a couple, and those are the exact ones that I'm going to mention to you guys, but in reality there actually is more than the ones I'm about to list for you guys. I'm going to list 6. The first one would be a mobile app notification. So that's the first method. Second would be a mobile app code, which is usually going to be an OTP, which is short for one-time PIN. So the user would normally receive some sort of PIN, and that's actually the most common method I've seen, that and email. So they receive some sort of PIN on their phone, and on the website or wherever they're doing this, it's usually going to be the portal. They will have to provide that OTP PIN, and once they've done that, then they can go and choose a new password. It could be mobile phone, which means Microsoft calls you. Most often it's going to be some sort of robot, but it's essentially going to do the same thing. It could be an office phone. Actually the same thing, it's just a different phone. One is a landline, the other one's a mobile phone. It could be an email. So they would send you an email, you have to click on a link, or you have to go and type something in, which is only provided in this email, once again like a PIN. Or it could be good old-fashioned security questions. Yep. Anyway, let's move on to the next topic. Password protections and management capabilities in Azure Active Directory. So I'm going to give you guys a list of 4 things. The first of which is global banned password list. So this is an actual list on the Microsoft side, not on your side. It's on Microsoft side. Very, very big, very, very long list on Microsoft side of passwords that's known to be weak and that quite frankly just suck. Microsoft knows that if you're going to go and use one of these passwords on that list, you're gonna get hacked. So these passwords would literally be passwords like the word password. I kid you not. So if you go look at the normal default Windows password or Microsoft password for Microsoft Labs and all that, that would normally be capital P, small a, $, small w, 0RD. Now if you go write that down, you'll see it forms the word password, but it meets the minimum password complexity requirements of the average platform, which is minimum 8 characters, uppercase, lowercase, numbers, and symbols. So I'll say it again. Capital P, small a, $, small w, 0RD. Another one would be capital P, the @ SSW dot RD. So that's another one Microsoft tends to use for a lot of their platforms. But since everybody knows that, that poses a huge risk. So those passwords are on the global banned list. Not so long ago, up until about 2018, we would use those passwords as the default passwords in Microsoft Labs in Microsoft courses. Now, if you try and use one of those passwords on something like a virtual machine in the cloud, it actually tells you, not accepted. You have to go and change it, or you have to go and add a 1, 2, 3, 4 or something to the password to actually get it to go through. So that is the global banned password list, guys. It's a list on Microsoft's site, very long list of passwords that's known to be weak, that Microsoft just doesn't want people to use. So they're basically trying to protect you, Microsoft. The second one I've got here on the list for you guys is custom banned password list. So this is a list on your side, the company side. So if you, your company, your client's company has an internal list of passwords that they would like not to be used, that will be on this custom banned list. This could be for lots of reasons. Maybe you don't want people using the company's name as a password. Maybe you don't want people using their usernames as a password. Maybe you don't want people using the company's location, like the country, the city, something in that regard as a password. So anything you or your company deems as a no-no for passwords, that would be on the custom banned password list. The third thing I've got here on the list for you guys is protection against password spray. I love how Microsoft phrases that, because this basically comes down to a dictionary attack, or what do you call it, a rainbow table. So you get some hackers out there that's got a list of predefined passwords. This could literally be a list of only 20 passwords for all we know. So you can imagine a list of 20 passwords, and this hacker knows that these 20 passwords are weak, and he or she knows that they're bound to get a hit with one of those passwords on one of the accounts on your company. So if your company doesn't have tight security when it comes to passwords and password complexity requirements, this hacker can literally go take those 20 passwords, go from account to account to account in your company, and by the time they get to the 5th or the 10th or 20th account, guess what? They're going to get a hit and they're going to get in. So that's what password spray is. It's a list of passwords, let's say 10 or 20, it could be more in reality. And this hacker would go and take those passwords and basically just hit each account in your company with the exact same passwords. And sooner or later, he or she is going to get a hit because your password complexity requirements is not that strong. So it's very important that you go and make them strong. Password protection, password protection in Azure Active Directory basically prohibits people from using passwords that Microsoft knows is going to be used in password spray attacks. It's not 100% foolproof. I mean, nothing in life is ever 100% foolproof. But Microsoft, since they're dealing with this every day, they've got millions, trillions of accounts they're dealing with many companies. So obviously they've got lots of experience in this field. They can honestly tell us what passwords are normally being used by people and what not. So if they see a very password film being used, they're going to prevent your people from using that password for their own safety and protection and all that. And then the last one I've got here on the list, the fourth one, folks, is hybrid security. Now, we did mention the topic itself, hybrid, earlier, which comes down to having your old traditional Active Directory on premises, if we're talking about an Active Directory here. And at the same time, you or your company or your client's company would have acquired themselves Azure Active Directory in the cloud. These two would then be synchronized using the Azure AD Connect tool. So whatever the people do on premises gets synchronized into the cloud and vice versa. Now when it comes to hybrid security, that allows your on-premises Active Directory to enforce the security that's applied by your Azure Active Directory. You're going to see your Azure Active Directory is going to have lots of cool securities when it comes to the cloud, like those banned password lists and all that, which we just spoke of. And that by default doesn't work on premises. So if you would like that to apply to your users on premises as well, when you have a hybrid Active Directory environment, as soon as people try to choose a password on premises, not in the cloud, on premises, the policies from your Azure Active Directory in the cloud would actually be passed on through that connection to the users on premises. So even though they're on premises and they're trying to change the password on premises or whatever they're trying to do, the security from the cloud, from password protection in Azure Active Directory, that's going to be passed down onto on premises. So those policies are going to apply. And if the user tries to use a password that's on the global banned list, custom banned list, or just the password spray list, it's going to be blocked. So yeah, how cool and useful is that? Well, folks, that brings us to the end of another section in Module 2. Let's move on to the second last main section of this module, which is called Access Management Capabilities of Azure Active Directory. It feels like this module just won't come to an end, does it? If you're feeling tired at this point, folks, imagine how I must feel, because I'm the one doing all the talking here. The first thing we'll talk about in this section is conditional access. This is one of my personal favorite functions in the cloud, and in short, it comes down to giving users or devices access to resources if they meet certain conditions that have obviously now been specified by you or the administrators or whoever these administrators might be. If the user or the device that is trying to access resources doesn't meet these certain conditions that have now been specified by you or whoever the administrator might be, then obviously no access will be granted to the resources in question. Now, these conditions that need to be met that I just mentioned, the admin will choose them on the Azure portal, and once the list of conditions are chosen on Azure, the portal will look for signals. If I just say signals, it sounds very confusing, I know. So The signals I'm talking about is basically to check if the user or if the device in question meets the conditions. These signals are things like, for example, user or group membership. So in other words, depending on what user account is being used or depending on what group the account is in, access could then be granted or denied. Other signals will be to go and check for things like named location information. This gives the admin the ability to specify locations that the user is allowed to access resources from. Yep, you can do that, folks. Usually this is done by using the public IP address, in case you're wondering how this is done. Most companies will set this up so that users have to be physically in the office, or in some cases, have to be at their home to be able to access company resources. So now with that in mind, if this employee or this staff member, whoever it might be, if they try to go to any internet connection other than the one in their office building or other than the one in their home, it's not going to work because they're going to have a different public IP address. So yes, there's ways around that. So if you go on VPN, blah, 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 you can get around that because you'll be digitally teleporting yourself somewhere where you're not. But ignoring the fact that someone can go on VPN on its own, that is a pretty nice detergent. It's going to slow people down a little bit. So the named location info is actually a really popular option in companies. Heck, you'll find companies that will go so far as to block whole countries or whole regions, for crying out loud. Yes, folks, you can do that. So if you, for example, know for a fact you have no people in a certain country, you can actually go ahead and block a whole country from accessing your resources. This just really adds on to the security in the event of an account getting compromised one day. So it doesn't mean you cannot get hacked. It just simply makes it a little bit harder for these perpetrators to get into your resources. At the end of the day, all we want to do is irritate them so much and annoy them so much so that they give up. You're never going to stop someone from breaking into your resources. You just want to make it so freaking inconvenient to the point where they'll be like, you know what? Let's just go to the next company. Then mission accomplished. That's all you want to achieve here. Anyway, another signal the platform looks for is device. This will check if a user is using an allowed device. So if the user tries to use a device which is not allowed by your organization to access resources, access will then be denied. So if, for example, your company doesn't allow mobile devices, well, they can be blocked. If the company doesn't allow certain operating systems, platforms like iOS from Apple, or Android from Google due to whatever personal security concerns the company might have, then, well, they can just block them altogether. Another signal the platform looks for is real-time sign-in risk detection. Wow, what a mouthful. So with this one, the platform is able to identify risky sign-in behavior. I kid you not, folks. If someone looks weird or something looks weird out of the ordinary, the platform can and will usually prompt for things like password changes and also ask the user for multi-factor authentication to reduce their risk level or just be blocked from access until the administrator takes manual action. So as soon as you or one of your users signs in and you do something funky, something that looks a little out of the ordinary, let's say you sign in on very weird hours or you sign in from a very weird new location, that is something out of the ordinary that stands out. The system will detect that, it's going to see that, and it's going to say, this looks very suspicious. So just to make extra tippy toe sure it is you, let's have you change your password and let's also ask you for multi-factor authentication just to make extra tippy toe sure that it really is you and it's not someone trying to log in from somewhere else pretending to be you. Yep, system pretty clever like that, isn't it? So we also get signals like cloud apps or actions. Yep, that's what they call this one. This can include, or well, actually exclude cloud applications or user actions that will be subject to the policy. The last one I'll add to the list here, I promise that I'll be done, is user risk. User risk represents the probability that a given identity or account is compromised. User risk can be configured for high, medium, low probability. So you can actually go and choose how sensitive this little bugger will actually be in the end of the day. Now, depending on whether a user or devices meets all the conditions chosen by the administrator, and if one or more are not met, certain things can happen. The administrator can choose what that is now, obviously. That brings us to access control, folks. I'll put it at the top right here since I'm running kind of out of space here. So excuse me, I'm just going to put it here at the top right. The first thing that can happen if conditions aren't met, which is probably the most obvious and commonly used option, is access can be blocked. End of story. Another option would be to grant access, but this is usually obviously subject to all conditions being specified being met. A third option would be to require one or more conditions to be met before granting access. In this option, not all conditions need to be met, just one or more of them needs to be met. Yep. This is conditions like, for example, requiring multi-factor authentication, MFA for short, conditions like requiring a device to be marked as compliant. It could be to require a device to be hybrid Azure Active Directory joined. Heck, there's a lot more. So I think, you know what? Just to make this a little bit easier for you guys, let's swing over back to the Azure portal. Very briefly, of course. And let's just show you guys what you actually have available. So I'm going to go look for Azure Active Directory conditions. See if I can find it for you guys and show you some of these things we can go and specify. So let's switch over quickly to the Azure portal.
A few moments later.
All right, here we are back on that Azure portal of mine. So there's many ways you can go about accessing the Azure Active Directory conditional access policies and all that. Sometimes you might get lucky, they might show here. So in my case, it's showing here because I accessed it recently. If you do not find it there and you have absolutely no idea where to go and find it, the best way would be to go here to the top and just type in Azure conditional policies, or let's just say conditional access policies. You can see I didn't even finish typing it, it already picks it up. So Azure conditional access policy, you can go and do that way. So if you really have no idea where to find it, that's probably going to be a one way. Alternatively, you can go to your navigation panel, like we said earlier. You can go to your Azure Active Directory because this is regarding your Azure Active Directory. You can go in there. It's going to open the blade. So since we're talking about security, remember this course is about security, we're going to go and look for security. If I scroll down far enough, there's a tab in this blade called security. And if I click on that, you're going to see all the options here just changed. The one we're looking for is, once again, conditional access. So I just showed you guys 3 different ways of getting to the same goal here. And there's actually even more that I'm aware of. So let's go click on that. Here we go. So now you're going to go click on new policy. Please note there is a chance that when you come in here for the first time, you might not be able to click on that. You're going to see the button, but it's going to be disabled. And that's due to you not having the right licenses and all that. And even if you do, it needs to be allocated to the right account and all that. So you need to be global admin or something like that, a security admin. You need to have the Azure Active Directory premium licenses or something like that. Should be allocated to the account, all that kinds of jazz. So I've already done that, for the purpose of this course, so we can skip along ahead, because I just wanted to show you guys what this looks like. So let me go ahead here and click on new policy. And there we are, folks. Looks complicated, but it's not. I mean, you'll see some of these names actually do look familiar. I mean, we did mention that name there earlier, cloud apps and actions and all that. So if I were to go and click on that, let's just go have a peek of what we find in there. You can see that's what that looks like. Conditions is one of the main things we're talking about. So let's go look at that one. Here are some of the conditions that need to be met. So there it says user risk level. And what I love about Azure is they've got these little doohickeys all over the place, these little exclamation marks, at least it looks like one, which gives you like this little thingy that pops up, this little hint. You can see there it says configure user risk levels needed for policy to be enforced. Sign-in risk level, so likelihood that the sign-in is coming from someone other than the user. Device platform, so platform the user is signing in from, for example, Apple's iOS or Android. So if you do not want to allow certain operating systems, or they need to use certain operating systems, you can go and configure that there. Excuse me, I'm helping, had something to eat. Locations, so this is going to be using those public IP addresses we spoke of earlier. So the person has to be in a specific location. Usually this will be physically at the office. Alternatively, it could be at their home. And you can also go and specify a couple of other locations, but it normally is done using the person's IP address, their public IP address in that location. You've got your client apps there. So if you check there, it says software the user is employing to access the cloud app, for example, a browser. So what softwares is the user allowed to use to access whatever this application, this resource is? So if he or she is using a browser, do we want to restrict this person from using only certain browsers? Maybe my company is fussy and they only want to allow the user to use Chrome browser as an argument. I'm just going to use that as an example. I'm not promoting it. So if your company only wants to promote Chrome, or that's the only one you approve, then you can go and block the other browsers, or the other way around, whatever you choose to go and use. Filter for devices. Check this one out. Filter to apply to devices based on their attributes. Now check this section out as well. I want to show you guys this section. Grant. Doesn't look like Max, but this is about access control. So I can go and grant access based on certain criteria. But check that out. You'll see some of this stuff is going to look familiar on the right hand side. I can just block access like we said earlier, or I can grant access. But if I want to grant access, I can grant access based on certain criteria that needs to be met first. What is that criteria? Well, there they are. I can go and specify some of them. I can force the user to use multi-factor authentication. If he or she is not using MFA on the device, it's not going to work. Require the device to be more compliant, like I mentioned earlier. Require hybrid Active Directory to join device. So this device has to be joined to the Azure domain. If it's not, ain't going to work. And there's a couple of other ones here. These ones I didn't even mention to you guys yet. You can see there's quite a couple other ones as well. So there you guys can very clearly see what it actually looked like on the Azure portal and how easy it actually is to find this stuff. It looks complicated. Some folks might even tell you it's complicated, but in reality it is not. A lot of people just tell you it's complicated because they want to make themselves sound smart. It's an ego thing, especially amongst us dudes. But the fact of the matter, guys, is I would say go get yourself a beer, go get yourself a cup of coffee, take the time to go and browse the Azure portal, and you're going to find it actually is not that hard. It just looks complicated. Ever hear that saying where they say, don't judge a book by its cover? Yeah, that applies here. Let's go back to that presentation. Anywho, now that we've shown you folks what the options are on a portal, let's move on to the next topic. Azure Active Directory Role-Based Access Control. You can see the short abbreviation is also there in the title. So you can probably guess that this topic is about some kind of Azure roles. Azure Active Directory roles control permissions to manage Azure Active Directory resources. Goes without saying. Without these Active Directory roles, things would be chaotic and nothing would really work. Folks would have access to things they shouldn't, they would be able to do things they shouldn't, and the list of bad things just goes on and on and on. Anyway, folks, I'm going to list the different kinds of roles we get, starting with built-in roles. These are roles that are built into the Azure platform, the Azure cloud platform, like the name suggests. Some of the most common and most widely used ones will be the global administrator role. So the very first account you create is normally the main account, and that just so happens to be a global admin account. So this role is pretty much the highest privileged role on the Azure platform. And with this role, you or the person can do just about anything really. You need to be very careful how many accounts you assign this role, because normally someone of this kind of role can do some serious damage. So God forbid, if one of those accounts should get compromised one day, that can really leave you or that company in a serious predicament that you don't want to find yourself in. So ideally, we suggest you only make 1 to 3 accounts with this level of privilege. So there's some companies out there would literally have just 1 account of this level of privilege, but that's putting all your eggs in one basket. So I think the golden zone would probably be to make about 2, maybe 3 accounts with this level of privilege. If you're going to start making more than 2 or 3 accounts of this level of privilege, that's really putting you or the company at some serious risk. So if any of those accounts were to get compromised for whatever reason, yeah, not a situation you want to be in, folks. Anyway, you also get the built-in role called user administrator. What I love about a lot of the Microsoft components is the naming they use. By just looking at the names they use for whatever component, you can very often figure out or guess what the component is about or what it might do. Now, this is one of those situations. By looking at the name, you can kind of guess it has something to do with managing users. This built-in role can create and manage all aspects of users and groups. The person will be able to create, change, or delete accounts. Same goes for groups. The person will be able to assign, remove, or change licenses for users. Another common built-in role we get is the billing administrator. Users of this role can make purchases, manage subscriptions, manage support tickets, and monitor service health, which is a little bit weird, but yeah, the person can do that. There are many more built-in roles, guys. A lot. Then it used to be only like 5 or 6 when I started playing with Azure, but now the list is so long I've lost count. Way too many for me to mention here. I think just to show you folks how many there actually is, I'm gonna once more very quickly flip over to the Azure portal, just so that you can see I'm not talking nonsense. It's not really part of the course, but it's gonna take us just a couple of seconds. Just want to show you that I'm not talking nonsense. You really do get a lot of built-in roles. Well, I suppose indirectly it might actually be part of the course because we are talking about built-in roles. In reality, you just need to know those 3 that I mentioned to you guys, those 3 main ones for this course and for this exam. But it will be nice just to show you how many there actually is and what they're all about. So let's just quickly switch over to the Azure portal. Switching over.
A few moments later.
Alright, so here we are back on Azure portal. You can see I still have open what I had open earlier. So let's just go completely back to the Azure Active Directory since we're talking about accounts. So we're going to go to the Azure Active Directory. How you get there is completely up to you. So I think let's pretend to create a new user. I'm going to go here to users, and we're going to pretend to make this user from the Azure portal side as perspective. You can see there we already made a user earlier called Jess Smith. So let's make another one. And you would remember I did show you guys you can actually go and change the role. So let's go make another user. I'm not actually going to make the person, just want to show you the different kinds of roles we get. Here, just like earlier in the course, you can go and type in all those details. The part we want to focus on right now is roles, specifically built-in roles. By default, we're using the built-in role called user, which means the person cannot do diddly squat, like we said earlier. And if I were to go and click there, it's going to present me with a very long list. Can you guess what this is, folks? This is the built-in roles. Yep. See how many there is. So somewhere in this list, we're going to find Global Administrator. There it is. So that's one of the built-in ones we spoke of. Another one we spoke of, I think, was User. Let's see if we can find it. I know sometimes it's listed as User Management. Oh, there we go. User Administrator. That was the second one. What was the third one called? I think the third one was called Billing. So if we look up at the top for B for Billing, Billing Administrator. So there are the 3 built-in administrator accounts I spoke of. But you can see, look at that list. That is a very long list. So I wasn't kidding when I said there's a very long list of many accounts. If I had to go and list all of these, we would never finish. The good news is you don't need to know all of that for this exam. This is a fundamental course and a fundamental exam. They will not expect you to know all of those accounts in this exam. That's the good news. But do not expect that to happen to you in the next course. If you're going to go and do a more advanced course that is not fundamentals, yeah, you're probably going to have to know a couple more of these accounts. At the very least, just the basics of that. So let's go back to that list. All right, back on the list we are. Now, besides the built-in roles we just explained and demoed and all that, you also get custom roles, folks. Although there are many built-in admin roles in Azure Active Directory like we just saw, custom roles gives flexibility when granting access. Granting permission using custom Azure Active Directory roles is a 2-step process that involves creating a custom role definition which consists of a collection of permissions that you add from a preset list. These permissions are the same permissions used in the built-in roles, by the way. Alright, and then next up, not a role. So we did cover built-in roles and we did cover custom roles. So the next topic I'm listing here is not a role per se, it's more of a topic. So just a quick recap on what we said. Azure Active Directory role-based access control. So with regards to that, managing access using roles is known as role-based access control, or RBAC for short, like the title suggests. So Azure Active Directory built-in and custom roles are a form of RBAC. So when we talk about RBAC, role-based access control, that refers to the built-in roles and the custom roles, guys. Now, within this topic of role-based access control, we also get something called only grant the access users need. Now, that's how Microsoft phrases it, but basically it just comes down to least privilege. That golden IT rule we all know, at least I hope you guys know it, which comes down to you never ever give someone or something more privilege or permissions than what they need to achieve a task or a goal. This is not just because we don't trust these people. It's also a matter of in the event of those accounts getting possibly compromised, like we said earlier. So you're not going to go and give someone a very high rank admin account, and then 2 weeks later, this guy gets compromised, his account is hacked, and now what? So that hacker will then have access to a lot of resources, which was unnecessary, and they'll be able to do a lot more damage, which was unnecessary. This could have been avoided. So when you give someone just enough privilege and permission to do a task or a goal, you are effectively limiting the amount of damage that hacker can do to that account, and you are limiting the amount of information that a hacker can access of using that account. Now, but it's not just for the hackers, obviously not. This is also for your own users. Now, yes, sometimes we trust these users, sometimes we don't. But in the event of one of these users, just turning malicious, let's say, I think Microsoft has a term for it. I think they call it a disgruntled employee. I love how they phrase that. Disgruntled employee. It sounds so fancy, doesn't it? It's basically someone that's peed off at the company, for lack of a better description. But Microsoft says it's a disgruntled employee. Love how they phrase that. So this disgruntled employee could be disgruntled because he did not get that annual increase he was hoping for. He did not get his bonus. Maybe he or she did not get that promotion they were hoping for. Heck, people, I've seen some pretty ridiculous kiddie, childish reasons for people being malicious. There's cases where I've seen one person see the other one get a little bit more attention from the boss, and now he or she gets jealous just like a child, and then they go and act out just like a child. Sometimes the other person that's getting attention from the boss is not even getting more attention. The boss is literally just giving the other person the exact same amount of attention, but because this malicious user wants all the attention for themselves, like a child, they go and act out and they start being malicious and start doing all kinds of damage. Yes, it's hard to believe, but you get folks like that. There's people out there that's just, I don't know, weird. They're childish. So whatever the reason might be, we want to limit that disgruntled employee with the amount of damage they can do. So they're still going to do damage, that's a fact, but we want to limit the amount of damage. We want to limit what they can do and what they can see with that account. So it's a form of damage control, if you want to call it that. So it's not just to keep the hackers at bay, it's to keep your own staff at bay. Funky, but yeah, that is what it is, guys. Anyway, we have reached the end of another main section. Thank goodness for that. My throat is not going to make it until the end of this course. Finally, folks, we are getting to the last main section in Module 2. Can you believe it? We made it. The last main section in Module 2, and then we're going to finally move on to Module 3. The last main section is called Identity Protection and Governance Capabilities of Azure Active Directory. Big fancy name, isn't it? The very first topic we're going to be addressing within this last main section is something called Privileged Identity Management, better known as PIM for short. I just call it the pimple tool. That's absolutely not what it's called, but every time I see that word PIM, the abbreviation, I think of pimple. It's got nothing to do with pimples, but that's how I remember this tool, is by the word PIM, because I always think of a pimple. So what is this PIM tool, or should I say Privileged Identity Management tool? I think I'll just call it PIM for short, because that's going to be a lot easier. So PIM enables you to manage, control, and monitor access to important resources in your organization. It's got a lot of cool, useful ways of doing that, and you need to make sure you remember them, because you're going to get a lot of questions about this in the exam, folks. Yep. The first thing I'll list about PIM is something called just in time. That's really the name, folks. I'm not making that up. It's actually the name. The thing called just in time provides privileged access only when needed and not before. Using this, you can go and configure things like how long a user will have access to a resource. You can go and configure what times of day the user can access the resources. You can go and configure how many times a day a user can go and access a resource. Hell, you can go and configure how many concurrent sessions can go and access a resource. A lot of things. What you can also go and configure
And this part they especially like to ask in exam is the fact that you can go and configure access to a resource for a limited time. If a user needs to have access to a resource and you'd like this access to be taken away afterwards automatically, just in time can do that. Once again, folks, I know I've said it a lot, but it's very important. Make especially sure you remember that part because there are a lot of questions about PIM in the exam, and some of them are about this thing called just in time, which allows you to make access to a resource expire after a certain period. I must say it's a very cool and useful function, especially if an administrator has a lot of users and a lot of resources they have to look after. I mean, this happens in a lot of companies. There's been companies where I had to look after thousands of users, and honest to God, I cannot always go and remember who I've assigned what privilege. It's next to impossible. So if you've got something like this in your arsenal of tools that's going to help you remember, well, not remember, but help some of these privileges automatically expire that you've assigned, then it's not something you have to go and remember. It's one less thing you have to remember because let's face it, you're not going to remember everything you have to do, folks. It's sometimes hard to keep track of it all, and if you need to go and revoke privilege to something for someone, you'll easily sometimes forget to do so. So using just in time, you don't have to worry about it since it will be revoked automatically after a certain period of time that the admin gets to specify, of course. Something else we can talk about regarding PIM is time bound. This is the administrator having the ability to assign start and end dates that indicate when a user can access resources. Pretty similar to what I just explained with the just-in-time thing. You also get approval-based. This refers to requiring specific approval to activate privileges. So what that means in a nutshell is if one high-risk admin or high rank admin, sorry, I misphrased that. So if one high rank admin were to go and assign some sort of privilege to someone, another admin, which is equally high in most cases, has to go and approve those privileges. I think there's a term for that in real life. That's called the nuke key concept. So something can't be done unless two people, approve it. So it's kind of like, firing a nuclear warhead. You need at least two keys to be able to do that. So one person can't just go and do whatever. You need both keys, and both of them need to be turned at the same time. I've watched way too many movies, I think. So it comes down to the same thing. So if I am a very high rank admin and my account has been compromised or I decide to go rogue, it ain't going to do much because I can't just go and willy-nilly assign permissions or privileges. Another admin has to approve those privileges that I've just assigned. Pretty cool, right? So within the PIM, you also get the visible aspect. This refers to sending notifications when privileged roles are activated. Now, once more, this is just another extra layer of security. So just like where a second admin has to go and approve privileges that are assigned, notifications will be sent out to admins informing them of privileges that have been assigned. This simply just to basically, draw attention so that if someone has successfully somehow managed to assign some sort of privilege and you or your fellow admins are not aware of it, at the very least, you're going to receive some sort of notification that says, hey, psst, check this out. And then for all you know, you might not even know about it. The last aspect about the PIM is the auditable. This means allowing a full access history to be downloaded. You and admins can basically go back into the logs and check if anything suspicious stands out. Any flags, so to speak. So if you go into the logs and you see someone was creating accounts or assigning privilege, and you know for a fact that wasn't you or any of your colleagues, yeah, that is something abnormal, as they would say. It's something suspicious stands out, and you should probably go and investigate. It's also a pretty nice tool for troubleshooting purposes. If you or your colleagues just made a boo-boo somewhere along the line and you don't really know where you slipped up, that's also a nice place to go and check, possibly if you could find where you slipped up. So that's basically the PIM tool, folks. All in all, the tool reduces the chance of malicious actors getting access by minimizing the number of people who have access to secure information or resources. By time limiting authorized users, it reduces the risk of authorized users inadvertently affecting sensitive resources. So it's just another mitigation for another problem, in other words. Oh, and folks, the PIM tool also provides oversight for what users are doing with their administrative privileges. And well, there you have it, folks. What I might suggest you guys do, just to make life a little bit easier for you guys, I did mention this is obviously a very important topic for the exam, so I did add timestamps in the video description down below. I've mentioned that many times before, and in those timestamps you will find this PIM topic. So if you feel like you need to come back to it, it will be listed in the video description down below with a timestamp. You can just go click on it. It's going to basically take you straight to the topic, and it's going to save you the big inconvenience of having to go and skim through the whole big video. And this is a pretty big video, let's face it. So it's going to take you forever and a day to find this topic if you have to go and skim. So make use of the timestamps in the video description. It took me forever to put those in there. So please make use of them so that I didn't just go and do it for nothing. And then what I'd also suggest you guys do is maybe at this point in time of the video, if any of you guys are still watching this video, and if you're watching this video in one go up to this point, I would suggest pausing the video for a bit. Maybe go get yourself a nice beverage, go walk around a little bit and rest a little bit. They say the human mind can only concentrate for about 45 minutes at a time. I don't know if that's true. I'm not a medical expert. So if one of you guys know if that's true, let me know in the comment section down below if that's true. It's a myth. I don't know. So if someone can confirm that, let me know. The point is, when you come back after your short little break, your short little pause, at least then you'll hopefully be a little bit more refreshed. And then you can focus a little bit more on the topics that's still left in this video, because there's still a lot left to cover, guys. Anyway, let's move on to our next topic, Azure Identity Protection. So this identity protection tool is a tool that allows organizations to accomplish 3 key tasks. The first is to automate the detection and also the remediation of identity-based risks. I love how many things are getting automated these days. Not only does detection happen automatically here, it also fixes it automatically. It investigates risks using data in the portal. It can export detection data to third-party utilities for further analysis. So if you'd like to do that sort of thing, you can go and do that, or if you deem it necessary. Another big point about identity protection is it can categorize and calculate risk, folks. Remember, this is Microsoft we're talking about, which is massive. And they have such a vast amount of experience with this type of thing. So who better would know than some big well-known entity like them what the risks are. If there has ever been some sort of threat, the chances are Microsoft has seen it a million times on their platform, so they already know all about it, and they also know how to go and mitigate it. Anyway, identity protection can categorize a risk into 3 tiers. It can also calculate the sign-in risk and user identity risk. Pretty cool and useful, I must say. Lastly, folks, another cool big point about identity protection is the reports side of it all. It provides organizations with 3 reports. These would be risky users, risky sign-ins, and risky detections. All in all, this is a really great tool to have in your arsenal of tools to fight the baddies, so to speak. And that, folks, is the end of that section, and also, finally, the end of Module 2. Finally, I present you folks with Module 3 of this course. I feel like I should be playing some sort of special intro music at this point, of this new module. So if you guys managed to push this far of the course, bravo, hats off to you guys. Like I said, you might want to take a little bit of pause for the course if you haven't done it already. So this might be a good time in the video to just go take a quick break. Go walk around for 5 or 10 minutes, get a beverage, and then just come back. That's now, of course, if you haven't done it already. Anyway, folks, here is Module 3, which is Capabilities of Microsoft Security Solutions. The first main section we'll be diving into in this module is Basic Security Capabilities in Azure. Alright, so what is our first topic in this module, you ask? That will be Azure Network Security Groups, which is known as NSG for short. Network security groups let you allow or deny network traffic to and from Azure resources that exist in your Azure virtual network. It's basically a firewall, folks. A firewall in the cloud for your resources, for the lack of a better description there. So if I have to summarize the living heck out of it, it's basically a firewall. An NSG can be associated with multiple subnets or network interfaces in a VNet. VNet, by the way, is short for virtual network in Azure, for those of you that don't know that yet, or if you haven't noticed yet. For the folks not familiar with Azure virtual networks yet,
An Azure virtual network is similar to the network you'd find in your organization. It enables different Azure resources, for instance, an Azure virtual machine, to securely communicate with other virtual networks, the internet, or even on-premises networks. Yes, you can connect resources in the cloud to resources on premises, folks. Pretty neat, right? Using virtual networks, you can now very easily, very quickly go to the cloud, create resources in the cloud, and then just go and link that stuff to resources on premises. And for the most part, very often your users on premises will be none the wiser. They're not going to know they're connected to resources in the cloud. How nice is that? Anyway, an NSG is made up of inbound and outbound security rules. As you've seen, an NSG controls access to resources on your virtual network and any subnets. An NSG is made up of inbound and outbound security rules, much like pretty much any other firewall. For each rule, you can specify a source and a destination, port, protocol, and the required action if one of the rules should, God forbid, be triggered. The rules you have are processed based on their priority. So once again, there we go. It sounds exactly like a firewall on premises, which is why I'm saying it's like a firewall. So the rules are processed based on their priority. So it works very much like the physical firewalls on premises if you've ever worked on those. Now, as for the rules I just mentioned, each rule specifies one or more of the following properties. It specifies things like name, priority, source or destination, protocol, direction, port range, and the action that actually needs to take place once a rule gets triggered. So if we look at the name property on this list, every NSG rule needs to have a unique name. Now that name is to describe the purpose of that rule. So the name you're going to give to it, you need to try your utmost best to try and give that name in such a way so that people can look at the name and kind of figure out what the purpose of that rule is. You're going to have to be creative about it. If you look at the priority property, I mentioned earlier that this works similar to most physical firewalls on premises, especially in the sense of setting up priority. You will be choosing a number between 100 and 4096 in case you're wondering how to do this. Rules are processed in a priority order, which I did mention to you guys earlier, with lower numbers processed before the higher numbers. So in other words, what I'm saying here is the lower numbers is the ones of the higher priority. The higher the number, the lower the priority. So if my rule or my property is specified as 101 and there's another one that's specified as, let's say, 500, the 101 one is going to go and get processed obviously first because it's got a much higher property. Now, as traffic goes through all of these rules, starting with the lowest numbers first, obviously, if traffic for some reason happens to match one of your rules, processing stops right there. It comes to a grinding halt. This means that any other rules with a lower priority won't be processed. So when I say lower priority, I'm talking about the rules that's got much higher numbers. All the ones that's got higher numbers, which have not been processed yet, they're not going to get processed. Okay, and then if we look at the property source or destination, this means you can specify either an IP address or you can actually go and specify a whole IP address range or service tag or application security group. Basically what it comes down to is it's to make your life quicker and easier. Instead of blocking or allowing an individual IP address here and there, that's going to take you forever. You can go ahead and block or allow a whole group if you want to, which just makes so much more sense now, doesn't it? All right, and then if you look at the protocol property, this is to specify what network protocol the rule will check. For a protocol can, for example, be TCP, UDP, ICMP, or pretty much any protocol really. And if we look at a destination property, this is whether the rule should be applied to inbound or outbound traffic. That's pretty much all there is to it. Straightforward, isn't it? If we look at the port range property, this is similar to the source or destination property we just explained a couple of moments ago.
With ports, you can go and specify an individual port you want to go and block or allow, just like an individual IP address we said earlier. Or you can go and specify a whole range of ports to go and block or allow. So this is once again an example to make your workload less and to make it quicker and easier for you. Pretty much exactly the same as the IP address thing we spoke of earlier. Lastly, if we look at the one called action, that property, I accidentally gave that one away earlier. This is where you decide what actually happens if a rule is triggered. So when a rule is matched or triggered, whatever you want to go and call it, this is where you as the admin decide what is actually going to happen then. And then one last thing I want to mention to you folks before we move on to the next topic or before you disappear off the video. There are actually limits to the number of security rules you can go and create in an NSG. So just make sure you're aware of that. Make sure you remember that if you're going to go and do this for real one day in the Azure portal. So I'm not saying this is going to be something you need to know in the exam. I doubt they'll ask you that part in the exam. But if any of you folks plan on doing this for real in the actual production environment, yeah, you should probably be aware of that one. All right, let's move on to the next topic. Azure DDoS protection. For those not familiar with DDoS, that is short for distributed denial of service. And it's basically a type of attack that can take place on your resources. You actually get something similar to that. So you also get a normal DOS attack, so capital D, small o, S, which is just denial of service. And if you see two Ds in the front, that will be distributed denial of service attack. So first of all, folks, a distributed denial of service attack makes resources unresponsive. That's what it does in a nutshell. That's pretty much always the end goal of these types of attacks. There is more than one way this can be done, but one of the most common ways would be to overwhelm the resource on your application or on your servers by making them unresponsive. In most cases, a DDoS attack will target any public-facing endpoint that can be accessed through the internet. So all of them are potential targets. Now, as I said earlier, there is more than one way DDoS attacks can take place. The three most frequent types of DDoS attacks are things like volumetric attacks, for example. These are volume-based attacks that flood the network with seemingly legitimate traffic, overwhelming the available bandwidth. And if there's no available bandwidth left, then, well, yeah, resource becomes unresponsive. This now means that legitimate traffic can't get through, causing the service to become, guess what, non-responsive. These types of attacks are measured in bits per second, in case you don't know. Another one of the three more frequent attacks we get is protocol attacks. Protocol attacks render a target inaccessible by exhausting server resources with false protocol requests that exploit weaknesses in layer 3 and layer 4 protocols. Layer 3 being network and layer 4 being transport if you don't know your OSI model. This protocol attacks are usually measured in packets per second. So the previous one was bits per second. This is packets per second. The third frequent attack we get is resource layer attacks. So there we go, talking about the OSI model again. The application layer, in other words. These attacks target web application packets to disturb the transmission of data between hosts. Alright, so now we've talked a lot about what DDoS itself actually is and what it does. But now we still don't really know what DDoS protection is or where that comes into the picture, since that's actually what this topic is all about. So with Azure DDoS protection, as the title says, you can probably guess it's some sort of security or protection against DDoS, since it, well, kind of says it in the name there, doesn't it? Azure DDoS protection analyzes network traffic and discards anything that looks like it could be a DDoS attack. Pretty cool and useful, right? So if you look at the picture I have for you folks here, in this diagram, the Azure DDoS protection identifies an attacker's attempt to overwhelm their network, and then the protection goes and blocks the traffic from the attacker. This ensures that it doesn't reach any Azure resources, and just in case you're wondering, the legitimate traffic from the customers can still flow into the Azure without any interruption of service. Sounds like one of those typical stories where we drive into the sunset, isn't it? It's because it really is that cool, folks. It really is a useful, cool function to have.
All right, and then moving on to the next topic, here we have Azure Bastion. I can only hope that I'm pronouncing that correctly, so apologies if I'm not. I think I'm pronouncing it correctly. Before we jump into this topic, folks, just another heads up. You are going to get multiple questions about this topic as well in the exam. I believe the majority of these questions in the exam will be in drop-down lists. So yeah, some of them might be, those normal theory questions you get in the exam where you'll be presented with four possible choices and you go and choose one. But for the most part, for some reason, the Azure Bastion questions are all in drop-down lists, and you're gonna have to go and choose it from that list if it happens to be the answer to your question. All right, so what is this thing called Azure Bastion? Azure Bastion provides secure connectivity to your virtual machines directly from the Azure portal using transport layer security. Normally, if you have a virtual machine running on Azure, you would go and connect to it using your traditional RDP or SSH on its own. Now, that on its own certainly gives you access to the virtual machine, but it's actually a very unsecure way of accessing a virtual machine. This old process exposes your RDP and SSH ports to the internet, amongst things, and creates a significant service threat that can be exploited by attackers, of course. If you make use of Azure Bastion, you'll get a whole range of features as benefits. Wow, I sound like I'm selling you folks something when I say it like that. Anyway, these features are things like being able to RDP and SSH directly in the Azure portal. So what they mean is you'll be able to get the RDP and SSH session directly in the Azure portal, and you'll be able to use a single click experience. One click and you're connected. Quick and easy peasy. Other features include remote sessions over TLS, or should I say transport layer security. Fancy, fancy. And firewall traversal for RDP and SSH. You will be able to use HTML5 based web client that's automatically streamed to your local device. You'll get your RDP and SSH to traverse the corporate firewalls securely. Other features include no public IP address required on the Azure virtual machines. You'll see normally when you go and connect to an Azure virtual machine in the little RDP window, whatever you decide to go and use, it actually shows you the public IP address of that virtual machine. And that is not a nice way to go about it. So if you go and use Azure Bastion, it opens the RDP or SSH connection to your Azure virtual machine using the private IP address on your virtual machine. You don't need a public IP address. So if you don't have a public IP address, that means it's not exactly exposed to the public internet, which makes it exceptionally just so much harder for a hacker or a perpetrator to try and gain access. More features on the list is things like no hassle of managing NSGs, which we spoke of earlier. It's a fully managed platform as a service from Azure that is hardened internally to provide secure RDP and SSH connectivity. You don't need to apply any NSGs. You get protection against port scanning. This is because you don't need to expose your virtual machine to the internet. Like I said, you're going to be using a private IP, not a public IP. Your virtual machines are protected against port scanning by rogue and malicious users outside your virtual network because they will not be able to gain access. There's no public IP. Lastly, you get protection against zero-day exploits. This is also a fully platform as a service. It sits at the perimeter of your virtual network, and you don't have to worry about hardening each virtual machine in the virtual network. The Azure platform protects against zero-day exploits by keeping your Azure Bastion hardened and always keeping it up to date for you. Now, before we jump on over to the next topic, let me just very briefly go over to the Azure portal. Here we are. And let me just go to virtual machines. Just want to show you that it actually is in fact there. So I'm just going to go to a random virtual machine. Let's just go and pretend to connect to this one. Give it a sec. And then normally the old school way, the unsecure way of doing this would be to go here to connect or the connect tab, potato. Go there and you would go and use your normal traditional RDP and SSH. Now you can see that this function actually is there. I just need to go and set it up. I haven't set it up. I'm not going to do that. It's not part of the course. But you will be able to actually go and do that. You can see there's the whole description of what we just said. And you can just go and set this up and you'll be able to go and connect directly to the session from the Azure portal using the private IP address of that web machine and not the public IP address. A lot more secure. All right, so on that note, let's jump on over to the next topic here, Web Application Firewall. So far, we've looked at the traditional security concerns for protecting of your assets, resources, and data from external attack by using all kinds of things like network security groups, but there's another threat surface now being exploited by attackers, web applications. Web applications are increasingly targeted by malicious attacks that exploit commonly known vulnerabilities like SQL injection and cross-site scripting. Preventing such attacks in application code is challenging, trust me. It can require rigorous maintenance, patching, and monitoring. So, in other words, it's a lot of work. Web Application Firewall provides centralized protection of your web applications from common exploits and vulnerabilities. So, that's where this tool comes in. It's there to make your life once again easier and better. A centralized web application firewall helps make security management simpler, it improves the response time to security threat, and it allows patching a known vulnerability in one place instead of securing each web application. A web application firewall also gives application administrators better assurance of protection against threats and intrusions. It's a nice and yet simple security function which is very useful when it comes to the new weird kind of attacks we're facing these days. Well, folks, that brings us to the end of the first section in Module 3. The second section is about security management capabilities of Azure. So, yeah, can you believe it? We've finally reached section 2 in Module 3. First up on the menu in this section, we have Azure Security Center. This is another tool that I definitely recommend using yourself if you have access to it, folks. As more and more companies move their assets and resources into the cloud, keeping them safe is a primary consideration for all IT and security departments. Cybercrime is a multi-billion-dollar business, folks. Failure to protect your organization can be costly, from loss of data and loss of reputation. Microsoft Azure offers a suite of threat protection and detection systems to minimize and mitigate your threat surface across your whole estate and improve your overall cloud security posture. Now, this is where Azure Security Center comes in, by the way, in case you haven't noticed. Speaking of noticing, by now, most of you would have noticed that the cloud and all cloud-based systems are continually evolving and changing as companies move away from on-premises to the cloud. This shift, or move, should I say, makes it very difficult for us IT guys and any IT department to know if your data, assets, and resources are fully protected as they used to be. In the old days, they might be, they used to be secure, but nowadays, not so much. These days, things have changed so freaking much. Even just a small misconfiguration of a new feature can increase the attack surface available for cybercriminals to exploit. So it's a bit of a mission, isn't it? Cloud Security Posture Management, or should I say CSPM for short, is a relatively new class of tool designed to improve your cloud security management. It assesses your systems automatically, alerts security staff in your IT department when a vulnerability is found. Pretty dope. CSPM uses tools and services in your cloud environment to monitor and prioritize security enhancements and features. CSPM uses a whole combination of tools and services. For example, zero trust based access control. It considers the current active threat level during access control decisions. We have real-time risk scoring to provide visibility into top risks. We have threat and vulnerability management, which establishes a holistic view of organizations' attack surface and integrates it into operations and engineering decision making. We have discover sharing risks to help understand the data exposure of enterprise intellectual property on sanctioned and unsanctioned cloud services. Then we have technical policy, which applies guardrails to audit and enforces the organization's standards and policies to technical systems. Lastly, we have threat modeling systems and architectures, which is used alongside other specific applications.
All in all, the main goal for a cloud security team working on the posture management side of things is to continuously report on and improve organization's security posture by focusing on disrupting a potential attacker's return on investment. If you can do that, then they're probably going to give up, or well, at least hopefully give up. This CSPM can be used in many ways in different companies. Each company and their users will obviously be unique, just like people. The function of the CSPM in your organization might be spread across multiple teams, or there may be a dedicated team. CSPM can be useful to many teams in your organization. I mean, I'm just going to mention a couple. For example, it can be useful to the threat intelligence team, maybe the general IT team. All companies have those. Maybe the compliance and risk management teams. Maybe the business leaders and subject matter experts. Perhaps the security architecture and operations. Heck, let's not forget the audit team. There's just a couple of you guys, and the list goes on and on. Network security is an ever changing and shifting battleground where a moment's hesitation can allow cybercriminals to compromise your security perimeter and steal valuable assets and resources. Using Azure Security Center, it gives you a lot of things to help with this, guys. It gives you infrastructure level security management to protect your data. It also provides you with advanced threat protection for on premises, cloud, and hybrid workloads in the cloud, whether in Azure or not, as well as on premises. Azure Security also provides the tools you need to harden your network, security services, and ensure you're on top of your security posture. Where Azure Security also comes in handy is it addresses the three most urgent security challenges. Rapidly changing workloads obviously being one of the most common ones. As organizations empower users to do more and more these days, the challenge here is to ensure that the ever changing services people use and create meet your security standards and follow the best practices. It also addresses the issue of increasingly sophisticated attacks that we've got these days. Wherever your work is situated, the attacks keep getting more sophisticated these days. Securing your public internet facing services is essential, obviously, otherwise, you'll be even more vulnerable. It also addresses the issue of security skills being in short supply. That is a major issue for a lot of companies these days, which is why it's such a good idea for you guys to go into some sort of cloud field, especially security. That is why it's such a good idea for you guys to go and write this exam. If you can get this on your resume, yay, that's aces. The number of security alerts and alerting systems far outnumbers the total of administrators who have the necessary background and experience to ensure environments are protected. So there's really a very high demand for security, folks, guys. Any form of security, especially cloud cybersecurity, is very high in demand in all countries. If you can get your foot into one of those fields, you'll be aces. So to help protect against these challenges, Azure Security Center provides tools to strengthen security posture. Security Center assesses your environment and enables you to understand the status of your resources and whether they're actually secure. Azure Security protects against threats. It assesses your workloads and raises threat prevention recommendations and security alerts. Azure Security also allows you to secure faster. In Security Center, everything is done in cloud speed. Because it's natively integrated, Security Center deployment is easy, giving you auto provisioning and protection with Azure services, obviously. Oh, and also, guys, Security Center protects non-Azure servers. Yes, non-Azure servers and virtual machines in the cloud or on premises for both Windows and Linux servers. Not even sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. So Linux, Linux, however you want to go and pronounce that. So it does this by installing the log analytics agent. Azure virtual machines are also auto-provisioned in Security Center. Wow, it really sounds like I'm selling you guys something, doesn't it? Anyway, strengthen your security posture. As I've said in a few ways earlier, you can improve your security posture using Azure Security Center to identify and perform hardening tasks across your machine, data services, and applications. With Azure Security Center, you can manage and enforce security policies to ensure compliance across your virtual machines, non-Azure servers, and Azure Platform as a Service services. Wow, difficult saying that one. Now, to help with all of this, Azure Security Center brings you
continuous assessment. This is of your entire estate, discovering and reporting whether new and existing resources and assets are configured according to security compliance requirements. You'll get an ordered list of recommendations of what needs to be fixed to maintain maximum protection. Security Center then groups the recommendations into security controls and adds a secure score value to each control. This whole process is crucial in enabling you to prioritize security work. You'll know what's more important and what's not. Security Center also brings you protect against threats. With Security Center's threat protection, you can detect and prevent threats on infrastructure as a service, non-Azure service, and platform as a service. Security Center brings you Network Map. This is one of the most powerful Security Center tools for continuously monitoring the security status of your network. You can use the map to look at the topology of your workloads so you can see if each node is actually properly configured. Pretty dope. You'll be able to see how your nodes are connected, which helps you block unwanted connections that could potentially make it easier for an attacker to just creep along your network. Lastly, folks, Security Center allows you to get secure faster. With Security Center, organizations can get secure faster through integration with other Microsoft security solutions. Also, integration with Azure and its resources means you'll pull together a complete security story involving Azure policy and built-in Security Center policies across your Azure resources. You then ensure the whole thing is automatically applied to newly discovered resources as you create them, obviously in Azure. Well, folks, I think that is enough of the Azure Security Center, wouldn't you guys say? I don't know about you guys, but I'm tired of that topic now. It was sadly a pretty big topic, and I had to make sure I covered it properly for you guys if we're going to get you guys to be able to pass this exam. All I can do now is just hope you guys do well on the exam and wish you guys well. With that said, let's look at the next topic, which is Azure Secure Score. It's kind of funny that this is the next topic in the course, now that I think about it, because literally just a few moments ago I said I'm tired of Security Center, and this Secure Score is actually partially part of that. I suppose I just should have kept my mouth shut. But in another way, this does make logically sense, because logically you would want topics that's kind of the same to follow one another. So yeah, this secure score is shown in the Azure portal pages as a percentage value. To improve your secure score, remediate security recommendations from your recommended list. Now, this might sound somewhat complicated, folks, but you'll see as soon as you go to this platform called Secure Score yourself, you see it's actually not that complicated. Remember that famous saying, don't judge a book by its cover. This is one of those situations. It's a lot easier than what it looks. Remember, Microsoft has gone out of its way to try and make all of these platforms as user-friendly as possible and as easy to use as possible. If it's going to be complicated and hard to figure out, nobody's going to be able to figure it out, which means nobody's going to use it. If nobody uses it, that means Microsoft doesn't make money because nobody's going to buy it. It all circles back down to money. So it has to be user friendly. So guys, I guarantee you, grab a cup of coffee, just go sit down with it. It's very, very easy to figure out. Now here's a picture for you guys of what it more or less would look like. By the time you guys go to the secure score, it's probably going to look different than this because they're continuously changing this almost on a daily basis. But in essence, in a nutshell, it shows you a score of your company, and you can go and use that score to do a lot of things. You can use it just to keep track of where you are. That doesn't mean you have to do anything about it, but it will give you a list of recommendations, a very long list of thingies that they believe you should go and do or that you can go and do. And if you want, you can go and look at each and every one of those, and it's going to give you suggestions and recommendations of what you or your administrators can go and do to fix these issues. And should you go and fix some of these issues, your score is obviously going to start going up. A higher score means you're at a lower risk. Some of the things you fix is going to hardly improve your score at all, pretty much nothing. I've done that. Sometimes the score doesn't go up at all. There actually has been cases where they say go and do this, go and do that, and my score didn't go up even squat, nothing. Then there were cases where I went and did something teeny weeny, small, and the score would massively jump. This is something the course would never tell you. This is something that only someone in the field can tell you, like myself. I can tell you, sometimes the score will go up a lot, other times little, and there's going to be cases where it's not going to go up at all, and you're going to wonder what you did wrong. I thought, what the heck did I do wrong? It's just a matter of that thing doesn't really carry any weight. Now, what the secure score also does, which I don't think they mentioned in the course, but I'll mention to you guys anyway, it also allows you to actually go and compare your score of your company to other companies of equal size and whatnot. So when you go and do that, it kind of more or less gives you an idea of where you're at. You can go and see if you're below average of your score or above average of your score. And something I want you guys to keep in mind with regards to this low score, also not really part of the course, if you find yourself or your client with a low score, you'll find there's going to be times where you sometimes cannot do anything about it. Sometimes you can, but what you can do is going to be minimal. Other times you might be able to do nothing about it. And this is due to certain things like what can I suck out of my film? It depends on the nature of your business. Depending on the nature of your business, you might not be able to do something about it because of how your data is handled and how your data is stored and all of that. So there's certain companies out there, and depending on what field they're in and what industry they're in, they might not actually be able to do anything about it because they're not allowed to do something about it. Every company is unique, just like people. Remember that. So if you get a low score, I would say don't worry about it. But you can go and look at the score and you can go and look at the suggestions, because for all you know, there might be one or two things there that you can actually go and do something about. You'll find that over time, some random things will cause your score to go up and down, even though you haven't changed anything. One day your score will be one amount, and then after about a week or so, or after a month or so, suddenly your score went up or went down, and you have no idea why. And there's random things that causes that. This could, well, based on my experience, it's normally the users that does that. So if your users suddenly start using weak passwords, or some of them don't use multi-factor authentication, some of them have not changed their passwords recently, using too many devices, they're logging on from unsecured locations, all kinds of nonsense like that. That can all potentially cause your score to go down, folks. Oh, and lastly, what I want to mention to you guys before we jump over to the next topic here, the secure score allows you to go back in time and, well, let's call it reports. You can actually go and check what your score was over a period of time. So you can go and check over a period of time if your score has been going up, has it been going down, is it like a seesaw where it's going up and down? I believe, and I stand to be corrected, I believe this is for up to 90 days. I'll have to go and double check it. But even if it is 90 days, by the time you guys watch this video, which could be a month afterwards, could be a year afterwards, it might be more, it might be less. You never know of Microsoft, which is why it's so important to always go and update yourself to continuously use these portals, because the stuff is continuously changing. But the last time I checked, I believe the number was 90 days. So you can go back as far back as 90 days, where you can go and check your score, see if it's been going up, has it been going down, and what could potentially have been the cause of that. Alright guys, there you have it, the secure score. Hopefully that provides you guys with a little bit of a better overview of what the heck that is. Next up, we've got Sentinel. Sorry for the small pause in the video there, guys. Had to pause the video there for a couple of seconds while I moved back to my office. It seems my neighbor is now done mowing his lawn or chopping up someone's body or whatever the heck he was busy doing when he was making so much noise earlier. Anyway, so Sentinel is a security information and event management and security orchestration and automated response system in Microsoft's public cloud platform. Try saying that 5 times fast. It can provide a single solution for alert detection, threat visibility, and proactive hunting and threat response. You'll find there's quite a couple of tools actually on Microsoft 365 that does a lot of the same things. Some of them are nearly identical. It's just a matter of preference. Which one do you prefer to go and use? Some of them, do vary a little bit here and there. So I suppose it's going to be a matter of which one, suits your unique needs a little bit better. So it collects data from different data sources, performs data correlation and data visualization in a single dashboard view. So that's pretty nice. It helps collect, detect, and investigate and respond to security threats and incidents. So all in one. Thus delivering intelligent security analytics and threat intelligence all across the entire ecosystem. Oh, and it also natively incorporates Azure Logic apps and log analytics that enhances its capabilities. There are 4 stages when it comes to the end-to-end functionality of Sentinel. Now, this diagram here shows you all 4 stages. This is going to be in the exam, guys. So I would say make sure you know these stages. You don't necessarily need to know exactly what they do. You just need to know what the 4 stages are. So you can see the 4 names there in my little diagram. So the first stage, which says collector in a diagram, I'll write it here on the left. Sentinel collects data at cloud scale across all users, devices, applications, and infrastructure, both on premises and in multiple cloud environments. It can easily connect to security sources out of the box. There are several connectors available for Microsoft solutions that provide real-time integration. It also includes built-in connectors for third-party products and services. The second stage is detect. This is to detect previously uncovered threats and minimize false positives using analytics and unparalleled threat intelligence. Azure Analytics plays a major role in correlating alerts into incidents identified by the security team. It provides built-in templates directly out of the box to create threat detection rules and automate threat responses. And the third stage, folks, is investigate. As you can see in the picture, we'll add that to the left as well. In this stage, it can investigate and hunt suspicious activities across the environment. And then the fourth stage is report. In this stage, it can react smoothly and respond quickly to built-in orchestration incidents. Common and frequent tasks can easily be converted into automation as well, which will free up some of your time or your fellow IT admins' time, so they can obviously focus more on other pressing matters that actually requires their attention. At the end of the day, there's only so many hands you have, and there's only so many things you can do at a given time. So the more we can free up our own time as well as our fellow IT people's time, the more they can focus on other things where we cannot actually go and automate. And that, folks, is a little bit about the Azure Sentinel. Moving on to the topic of Microsoft 365 Security Center. The Microsoft 365 Security Center is the new home for monitoring and managing security across your Microsoft identities, data, devices, apps, and infrastructure. Here, you folks will very easily be able to view the security health of your organization or your client's organization, act to configure devices, users, and apps, and get alerts for suspicious activity. Basically, the Microsoft 365 Center helps security admins and security operations teams manage and protect their organization in a nutshell. If you folks go to the center, if you actually go there, you'll see it shows many of the common cards that security teams would normally need. The exact composition, however, of cards and data will be dependent on the actual user role. This is because Microsoft 365 Security Center uses role-based access control. This means different roles will see different cards. What they see depends on their role, but usually the cards they will see is what is more meaningful to their day-to-day jobs. Now, just to give you folks an idea of what you can expect, I'll mention some of the tabs or cards you'll see. Please note, though, like I said earlier, what you might see might not be exactly the same because it depends on your role. And it also depends on when last Microsoft decided to go and update the center, because those folks over at Microsoft are constantly fiddling with the platform, constantly updating stuff, constantly changing stuff. So what you see now in the video, or what I discussed in the video might be different by the time you guys go and do it. Anyway, as I said, let me mention a couple of the things you'll see on the Security Center. The first thing, and probably the most common thing you'll see, is the Home tab. This will give you or the administrator a glance view of the overall security health of your organization, which is pretty handy, if you're in a hurry, in my opinion. You'll also see a section called Incidents. This allows you or one of the administrators to see the broader story of an attack by connecting the dots seen on the individual alerts on entities. You or the administrators will know exactly where an attack started, what devices are impacted, who was affected, and where the threat has gone. Talk about knowing everything. Talk about knowing everything. You will see a section called Alerts. Like most platforms, there was bound to be some form of alerts that you guys can go and use to see if any folks in your environment are up to some sort of shenanigans or whatever else. The Alerts section, like you'd expect, will give you or the IT team a greater visibility into all the alerts across your Microsoft 365 environment. So it's not for something specific, it's across the whole 365 environment. There is also a section called Action Center. With this section, you can reduce the amount of alerts your security team must address manually. This will allow your security operations team to focus on more sophisticated threats and not these nonsense ones. So basically, we'll be using their time better elsewhere instead of wasting it on, well, other things. You will see a section called Reports, folks. This will give you the detailed information you need to better protect your users, devices, and apps. Those reports you can pull on the Microsoft 365 Center are pretty impressive, especially if you look at the overall platform and all the admin centers. Between all the portals and admin centers that we have there, the amount of reports you can pull and what you can actually pull reports on, it's mind-boggling. Then we also have a section called Secure Score. Here you can view your company's overall security posture with Microsoft Security Score. I believe we did cover this earlier in the course already, but yeah, now you know where to actually go and find it. You'll also find a section called Advanced Hunting. This section is about proactively searching for malware, suspicious files, and activities in your Microsoft 365's organization. We then also have a section called Classification. This is to help protect data loss by adding labels to classify documents, email messages, sites, and more. When a label is applied, whether it be by the user or automatically, the content or site is protected based on the settings you choose. There is actually quite a bunch of settings you can choose from, mind you. This could be to, for example, encrypt something. It could be a lot of things. It's not limited to this, though. I'm just mentioning that as an example. You will also see a section called Policies. There you'll be able to set up policies to manage devices, protect against malware, and receive alerts about various activities in your organization. Lastly, folks, you'll also see a section called Permissions. This, you might be able to guess what it's about. In this section, you can manage who in your organization has access to view content and perform tasks in the Microsoft 365 Security Center. Well, folks, that's a bit of an overview of the Security Center. Like I said earlier, if you go there yourself, you might see more stuff or you might see less stuff, depending obviously on your role, depending on when Microsoft decides to go and add stuff and what they decide to go and add and fiddle with. So it might vary, but that's the bulk of it. That's more or less what you can expect to see there. Anywho, moving on to the next topic and the last topic in Module 3. Can you believe it? We're making progress. That would be Microsoft Intune. So Microsoft Intune is a cloud-based service that focuses on mobile device management, known as MDM for short, and mobile application management, known as MAM for short. So from an MDM perspective, in other words, mobile device management perspective, you can do some of the following. Now, please note the things that I'm about to list for you guys is not the only things Microsoft Intune can do. These are simply some of the main, most famous, most well-known, blah, blah, blah kinds of things you can go and do. So the first thing would be to see all devices that's enrolled. Now, what they mean by that is if you would like to manage some sort of device with Microsoft Intune, which is a cloud tool, by the way, in case you haven't realized, the device in question normally needs to be enrolled into your company's Intune environment. So I think I need to basically take back a couple of steps here. So originally Intune was designed to allow administrators like me and you to manage mobile devices, phones and tablets and that kind of stuff. It's absolutely not the only thing we use it for these days. These days we use it for desktops, laptops, you name it. So using something like Intune, you can go and manage any device, anywhere, anytime. Now on its own, that kind of sounds like hacking, doesn't it? So to kind of prevent this from being hacking, if you want to go and call it that, these devices you're going to manage, which you can just take control of whenever you feel like it, they need to be enrolled into your company's Intune environment. You can think of it as giving permission to manage those devices. So what most companies will go and do, since most of the devices people use tend to be the company's assets, as soon as they're about to issue you with a device, like a company laptop, they would normally go and provision that machine of whatever the user is going to need. You know, your normal Windows, the drivers, the updates, the programs, the settings, the blah, blah, blah that you would normally need. And in doing so, at the same time, they would normally go and provision that machine with Intune. In other words, enroll it into the company Intune environment. So by the time that user gets that laptop, it's actually already on the company Intune environment. So all that person has to do now is they just grab the laptop, they go wherever, they can go work from home or a local coffee shop or whatever the case might be. And the administrators, being me and you and your colleagues, we can now manage that device from wherever the heck it might be. Doesn't matter where in the world it is, doesn't matter what it is, we can manage it. It just needs an internet connection. Now, we as the administrators, we can also be anywhere in the world, mind you. I can be sitting on the beach in the Bahamas, sipping a margarita or whatever the case might be. And this user can be somewhere else in the world, on the opposite side of the globe. Doesn't matter. We can manage that device. So that, folks, is what Intune is all about. Really, really amazing. Now, you would have heard me say earlier, besides this device being enrolled and all that kinds of stuff, I can manage any device. So unlike the description says mobile device management, blah, 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 it actually does, in fact, also allow you to manage laptops and desktops, not just phones and tablets. These devices that I'm talking about does not necessarily have to have Windows installed. It's just a preference because you've got more control over them. But in reality, they can have Android on them. They can have Apple's iOS on them. They can have Linux or Linux or however you want to go pronounce that. It doesn't matter. I can manage all those devices regardless of what device it is, regardless of what operating system it has, regardless of what build it has or what edition it has. I can manage them all. So yeah, that is the power of Intune. Now getting back to my little eeny beady itsy bitsy list down here. So we said you can see all devices enrolled, including laptops and desktops, unlike the description says. You can get an inventory. Now I already somewhat touched on that when I said you can see all devices everywhere, but what they also mean by inventory is you can see what hardware these devices have. So I can go and see how much storage each device has left, hard drive wise, if you want to call it that. I can see how much memory each device has, what kind of processing power the device has. So hardware wise, I can do inventory. I can also do inventory software wise, folks. So if I want to go and check what updates, drivers, applications these folks have on the devices, I can check that. Now, there's various reasons why companies would go about doing that. So if we want to go and check hardware, this might be to allow me to plan, for something. Maybe I need to go and give some folks new devices because the old ones are outdated. And this is a way for me to see what we have in our company, who needs the new devices. It could also be a way of me seeing who needs to get their current devices upgraded with something like more RAM, perhaps. So if I need to go and deploy some sort of application via Microsoft Intune, before I just willy-nilly go ahead and do that, I should probably go and double check first if these people's devices can actually handle that application. Maybe some people's devices doesn't have enough RAM. And if that's the case, it's not going to end well. So you probably want to go and double check that, and that can be done using Intune. It's not the only tool you can go use for that, but it's really great at doing that. So if I see some folks don't have enough RAM, I can exclude those people on their devices, or I can just ask them to bring in their devices and swap them for a better one, or I can just ask them to bring in the devices and get an upgrade, give them more RAM, give them more space, whatever the case might be. You can also configure devices to meet security and health standards. So in other words, your company has a set of rules regarding security and health. So if your security has to look a certain way, if you need certain security to be applied to your people's devices, especially if they're off premises, you can enforce that, or should I use the word force? If you need to have certain health standards applied to people's devices,
You can enforce that, or once again, force that. Basically what it comes down to. So when we talk about security, this could be something as simple as MFA, which you did briefly touch on that earlier with a different topic. So if we need our users and their devices to use MFA on the devices because of these devices being on the go and leaving the company environment and all that, it's obviously a bit of a concern. So because of that security concern, we can force these people to have MFA on the devices. I can force them to have the devices joined to the Active Directory on Azure. I can force them to have encryption on devices. I can force them to have the devices up to date. I can force them to be on a certain operating system. I can force them to be on a certain build or a certain update when it comes to operating systems. A lot. Health-wise, this can also be pretty much the same thing. I can also force them once again to have certain applications installed, certain versions of certain applications installed. So if certain applications are not allowed on people's devices, I can do what is known as compliancy scans. Scan who has these applications installed, and if they're installed, I can have them automatically removed. If I need the opposite, if I need people to actually have a certain application installed, I can once again do a compliancy scan. If I find people or devices that doesn't have this application in question installed, I can have it installed automatically. I can also go and check if people have the right version of a certain something installed. So if I need them to have something installed, but a specific version, this could be for many reasons. Most commonly, this is due to licenses. Maybe your company only has a license for a certain version. Let's make up a number. Let's say version 10. And when people just go and download something online, you'll find most websites tend to give users the latest version of whatever this might be. Maybe at this time, it'll be version 11. Now, your company maybe only has a license for version 10. So now you can go and do a compliancy scan, check who's using version 10 and who's using version 11. If you find someone or something is using version 11, which is too high because you currently don't have a license for that yet, you can automatically have them downgraded to version 10. So here they are installing version 11. The next day they come back to the device and suddenly they've got version 10. Can you imagine the confusion? So yeah, that's a lot of fun sometimes from the administrator's perspective to mess with people's heads. But from the user's perspective, this is not always that cool. You can go and push certificates to devices. You can, for example, see reports on users and devices. You can go and see what these people are up to, how did they use these devices, how often they use these devices, where they use these devices, all kinds of things regarding that. You can even go and remove organizational data if a device is lost, stolen, or not used anymore. Now, I myself am not a big fan of this one because Microsoft makes it sound like it's all sunshine and rainbows, but the reality is it is not. So what they don't tell you, Microsoft, is for that device to be able to be remote wiped. That's the actual word we use, is remote wipe. That device needs to first of all be on. Secondly, that device needs to be on some sort of network, a Wi-Fi connection, or, in other words, a hotspot, or a mobile connection. So if it's not on some sort of mobile connection via some sort of SIM card or something, or on some sort of hotspot / Wi-Fi connection, how are you going to give that device the instruction to go and remote wipe itself? You're not going to be able to do that. So if the device is just misplaced, then yeah, you could maybe give it the instruction because it can still receive the signal. If the device is just not used anymore, then yeah, you can go and do that. But the one I really want to rule out here is the one where the device gets stolen. One of the first things people do when they steal your tablet, your phone, or whatever the case might be, is they turn the device off. They also tend to remove the SIM card. So normally the first thing you do when your phone is missing is you probably ask to borrow someone's phone. You try and call your own number in the hopes of catching this perpetrator red-handed in the act, and what's going to happen? The phone doesn't even ring because they've turned it off. So if that is the case, guess what? You cannot remote wipe it, which is why so many companies tend to look at other solutions like encryption. So when we know people are going to be using, for example, a laptop or an external hard drive or something off premises, and if we know this device is probably going to contain sensitive information, we tend to force these people to use something like BitLocker encryption. It's not the only thing, but it's one of the things. So the list of topics I've got here in front of you guys in blue, not everything there, but yeah, that's a bit of a spitball in the ballpark. That is part of the MDM now, which is supposedly mobile device management. If we look at the second part there, mobile application management, which I actually did kind of explain to a certain extent already. So let me just change this slideshow here for you guys a little bit. So there you can see from a MAM perspective. So that is going to allow you to add and assign mobile apps to users, groups, and devices. So what I mean by that, and a lot of people don't realize this, is if you were to ever go into the Microsoft Intune platform, to be able to do that, first of all, you have to go to the Azure platform, in case you guys don't know. Intune used to be a platform on its own. And then about, I think in 2020, when was it? 2019, 2020, somewhere around there in September, they basically moved or migrated or integrated the Intune platform into the Azure platform. So for you to be able to access Intune, you need to go to Azure. So you need a license or a subscription of sorts. And then you'll be able to go to Intune, and then you're going to need another license or subscription. Typical Microsoft. You need a license within a license within a license. Typical Microsoft. Now, if you eventually end up on Intune, if you can manage to find it, you have the ability to go and create groups. These groups could be for users, they could be for devices. It's very much the same as on premises if you ever had yourself, or if you ever had the opportunity to go onto Active Directory. In Active Directory, for the folks who have ever seen that, you can create groups for users or devices. These are normally known as organizational units, OUs for short. So getting back to Intune, the reason why you create these groups could be completely up to you. It's completely up to your imagination. So I can go and create a group for users that contains all the users in the company. You can do the same for devices. Create a group called whatever. You can give it whatever name you want, which basically contains all the devices for the company. So if I need to go and apply or deploy or configure something regarding all the users, you simply choose that users group. Same applies to devices. Now, if I need to apply, configure, deploy a setting for a group of users or a group of devices, but it's not the whole company, you can go and create a group for that. So if it's only, for example, for the sales department, specifically for the users in the sales department, why not go and create a group called sales in Intune, and then you can go and deploy this or configure this or whatever the case might be for that group called sales. So it doesn't matter what devices they're using, it's going to still apply to the user. And you can obviously achieve the exact opposite when it comes to devices. So if I need to deploy something that's only relevant to tablets, create a group called tablets and only go and deploy, configure, or whatever for tablets. If it's only for a specific model of tablet, same story. So if you know a certain application might not work on a certain model of tablet, why not create a group that excludes that model of tablet and only deploy to the other tablets? I'm just thumb sucking here, guys. I'm making this up as I'm going along. But I'm speaking from experience though. So that's normally what I used to go and do. So once again, from a MEMS perspective, you can also go and configure apps to run with specific settings using those groups, of course. You can see reports on which apps are used and track their usage. So you can see not only what applications your people are using, you can see how much they're using them and when they're using them. Lastly, something we did mention earlier, do a selective wipe by removing only organizational data from an app. So I mentioned remote wipe earlier, but I did not mention selective wipe. So originally when Intune came out in the early days, it only had a full wipe. And it was a bit of an issue of that because sometimes a user would go and report the device missing, which is something you should normally do to your administrators. Maybe they just misplaced it on the water cooler during lunchtime, whatever the case might be. They were showing a funny cat video to their colleagues during lunchtime, during the water cooler, and they misplaced it there, they forgot it there, they report to the administrators as missing. And now obviously the administrators have the responsibility to go and wipe that device in case it lands into the wrong hands. And then over the next break or so, you get back to the water cooler and the user realizes, oh shucks, here's my device. Now the company data itself is not the biggest concern because company data is normally backed up. If it's not, someone's going to get fired. The concern with this full wipe was the person's personal data, their personal videos and pictures and stuff. This could be photos of the kid's birthday, wedding photos and videos, that kinds of stuff. That is irreplaceable. Now we know we should back this up and we probably should go and back it up, but even I'm guilty of this. I don't do it. Half the time I forget, and when I don't forget, I'm just lazy to go and do it. We just don't do it. So that's a bit of a concern. So they brought out something called selective wipe, which is the actual topic here. And that allows companies to specify what is deemed as company data. Word documents, Excel documents, PDF documents, that kinds of stuff. And a selective wipe will effectively just wipe that. Now, even though they have this great function, I can assure you that 9 out of 10 companies is still going to do a full wipe. You, even though you don't know, have agreed to it. So it's not a piece of paper you've signed, although it might be, but it's usually not. It's a digital agreement that you've agreed to without knowing you've agreed to it. So when most of us go and put our work email on our phone, or if you ever find yourself putting Microsoft Teams on your phone or something in that regard, you would find there's some sort of terms and conditions you've got to agree to. Most of us don't read for that. It's kind of like getting married. We don't know what we're getting into until it's too late. Don't let my wife hear that. And then once it's too late, then you realize that, oh shucks, the company has the permission to go and wipe my device because you've agreed to it. And there's nothing you can do about it. You cannot sue them, nothing. Well, folks, that is the end of Module 3. Thank goodness for that. This brings us now obviously to Module 4. I'm really pleased to say that. I'm really tired. My mouth feels like a cotton ball from all the talking. So if you guys feel like you're tired, yeah, put yourself in my shoes. So the last module is titled Capabilities of Microsoft Compliance Solutions. Doesn't have a lot of sections. This is going to be a quick section. A heck of a lot quicker, hopefully, than the other modules. So I believe this is probably going to be easily one of the shortest modules in this course. At the very least, it'll probably be the second shortest, but it's most likely going to be the shortest. So the first section, could possibly be the only section in this module, is Information Protection and Governance Capabilities of Microsoft 365. Within this section, the first topic we're going to be looking at is sensitivity labels and policies. This is one of the many things we administrators can make use of in our arsenal of tools to protect data in companies and prevent it from getting into the wrong hands or being seen by the wrong people. So the next couple of things I'm going to show you guys, this topic and maybe about the next 2 or 3 topics after this one will all be about protecting your data and preventing them from getting into the wrong hands and getting lost and all of that. So first up, we've got this topic, sensitivity labels and policies, which can be used for many things and have many usages. But one of my personal favorite aspects about it is the fact that security settings with this cool function or feature go with a document or something even long after it leaves the company environment. There is so many wonderful and great security features, functions and tools we can make use of, but the majority of them can only be used as long as data is in your company's environment. So when it comes to data that actually leaves your company's environment, that's a whole different can of worms. And protecting data that leaves the company becomes a bit of a painstaking process. So sensitivity labels and policies is one of the many, well not many, one of the few tools you can actually go and make use of. That's not bad. It's actually really, really cool in my opinion. And you'll see what I mean in just a moment. So sensitivity labels and policies actually goes along with the documents or whatever this ends up being and will continue to protect your data and information even after it's left your company environment. Now that sounds like something extremely useful, doesn't it, folks? So I know I'm repeating myself here, but really guys, that is something that any company will probably need to go and make use of, especially if you look at companies that, well, pretty much all companies these days have some sort of data that normally needs to leave the company at some point in time. And very often this data is sensitive in nature. It's only for certain people's eyes only. Now, as for its usages, like I said earlier, there are many, but let me mention a few which is specifically mentioned in a course by Microsoft. The first thing on the list you can use it for is to encrypt email and documents. This can be email only or can be both email and documents. When a document or email is encrypted, access to the content is obviously restricted, so it can only be decrypted by authorized users that's allowed to go and use it. So these will be people that's normally specified in the label's encryption settings. The email or document will remain encrypted no matter what. So like I said earlier, if this document leaves your organization, it's going to remain encrypted, or whatever else settings you've applied to it, that will apply to it. So it doesn't matter if this document or this email is inside the company, outside the company, it's going to remain in place, those settings. Now another thing on the list is you can also go and mark the content. So what Microsoft means by this one is when you use things like Office apps, marking the content would include things like adding, for example, watermarks, adding things like headers, adding things like footers, that kinds of stuff. You can also have the label applied automatically if you want to go and do that. So admins can choose the types of sensitive information to be labeled. The label can then be applied automatically or configured to prompt users to apply the recommended label. So this is especially useful for people that's not very clued up in IT. And if these users work with a certain kind of document, and this is normally the kind of document that would require a certain kind of label, it'll actually pop up automatically, prompt the user and says, hey, listen, my bro, you are working with X, Y, and Z, and you should probably apply the following label. And it's going to suggest the label that needs to be applied. So that, I think, is very useful, especially in an environment where you've got a lot of clueless weasels, that doesn't really know what they're doing. And let's face it, we all have them in all kinds of companies. So this is just, once again, going to help you protect your information in your company. Because at the end of the day, I suppose the security is only as good as the weakest link, and the weakest link is usually the user. You can also protect content in containers such as sites and groups. So when this capability is enabled, this label configured doesn't result in documents being automatically labeled. Instead, the label settings protect content by controlling access to the container where the documents are stored. You can also extend sensitivity labels to third-party apps and services if you feel like you want to go and do that. So using the Microsoft Information Protection SDK, third-party apps can read sensitivity labels and apply protection settings. And then, folks, you can also classify content without using any protection settings. Basically, a classification can be assigned to content pretty much like a sticker, if you want to think of it that way. So that classification, or sticker, if you want to call it that, will then roam with the content as the content gets used and shared. So this kind of refers back to what I said earlier when I said the security will go with the content even if it leaves your organization. All right, and then, folks, just to add on to all of this, we mentioned a bit about the labels, but what about the policies we had in the title? So the policy side of the coin, if you want to call it a coin, that'll enable the admins to do a few things too. That would be things like allowing them to choose the users and groups that can actually see the labels. It would be things like allowing admins to apply a label to all new emails and documents. It's also things like requiring a justification for label changes. So at least this way, folks can't just go and willy-nilly change things as they see fit. You can at least somewhat hold them accountable afterwards when the poop hits the fan. And let's face it, when users just go and change whatever without knowing what happens or whatever the consequences is, there's bound to be something that's going to go sideways at some point in time. And at least not if, but when that happens, you're not the one that's in the hot water, because you can just go and say, look here, this person is the one that changed it, and this is why they said they're changing it. So that kind of at least somewhat gets you out of the hot water. It also enables admins to force users to require a label, in other words, make it mandatory. And it lastly also enables admins to link users to custom help pages. And let's face it, they will probably need those. And that, folks, is a bit about sensitivity labels and policies. So let's look at the next topic, which is data loss prevention, better known as DLP for short. Most folks just know this as DLP. I just normally refer to it as DLP. All right, so what does DLP actually do? Now, like I said earlier, one topic ago, that the next 2-3 topics will be all about protecting information, making sure it doesn't get into the wrong hands, blah, blah, blah. And this is just that. DLP helps you protect yourself. It helps you protect your company. And more specifically, it helps you protect the information in your company. It helps you monitor, or basically identify, monitor, and automatically protect this information. These days, it's impossible for us administrators to hold everybody's hand and know exactly what everybody's doing. But even if it's just 1 or 2 people in your company, imagine for a moment you've got only 1 or 2 people that you're in charge of. It's still impossible for you to sit behind those folks and keep an eye on each and everything they do the whole day long. It's not possible. There's going to be times that these people will, for example, share something outside the company. This could be intentionally, in other words, maliciously, or it could be accidental. The point is, there's going to be times these folks will share stuff outside the company that should not be shared outside the company due to its sensitive nature. This can be anything. I'm going to use the example of a credit card number today. So maybe your company's credit card number is allowed to be shared, but only within the company between fellow colleagues, I can't even pronounce that, fellow colleagues, and fellow staff members, whatever you want to go and call it. So it's allowed to be shared provided it's within the company, within the same domain, not outside the company. So now DLP policies can help you identify this, monitor this, and automatically protect that. So as soon as some guy, lady, or whoever this might be tries to share something outside the company that's not allowed to be shared outside the company, immediately DLP is going to pick that up. And it's going to not just pick that up, it's actually going to do something about it in most cases. So normally it works with conditions, exceptions, and actions. I just normally use the conditions and actions. So the conditions is a condition that needs to be met. If a certain condition is met, a certain action will kick in. So to clarify what I mean by condition, maybe if someone shares the credit card number within the company to a fellow coworker, nothing happens because that condition has not been met. But if they were to share that credit card number outside the company with someone that's not part of the company, different domain extension, that is a condition that's met. If they share something else outside the company, no condition is met, nothing happens. So as long as they share a credit card number inside, nothing happens. If they share something else outside, nothing happens. But when they specifically share the credit card number outside, that is a condition that has been met. And once a condition is met, whatever that condition might be, you as the administrator get to choose an action. This action can be a lot of things. It can be something as simple as just have a nice little message pop up and say, dear sir or madam, you are in violation of one or more DLP policies. And then maybe you can just go and list which policies they're in violation of and why they're in violation of these policies. Other times, this could be to tell them, hey, you're in violation of one or more policies, blah, blah, blah. And then it'll block them, but they can actually go and overwrite it. So there's a button that says overwrite. Then you get an option that says, blah, 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 blocks them. They can overwrite it, but they have to first give a business justification. And then you get options, of course, like just plain out block it. And the list of options goes on and on and on. My personal favorite, and the one I would recommend you guys use, not part of the exam, is to just block it. If you're going to allow people to still share something outside the company, even though it's in violation of a DLP policy, that's a huge risk. Remember, who's the expert here when it comes to security? Them or you? Who's the IT guy here or the IT lady here? Them or you? It's you. Now, we're not necessarily saying these people are dumb people, although some of them are pretty dumb. We're saying they're experts in their own respective field, whether it be law, sales, medical, whatever the case might be. And we are experts in IT and security and that kinds of stuff. So we will know best, when it comes to this kinds of stuff. So maybe this person wants to share a credit card number with someone outside the company called Bob. And they are like, you know what? I know Bob. I've known Bob for the last 20 years. I trust Bob. Now, how do we know this really is Bob? It could be that Bob sent this person an email and they say, hey, I need a credit card number for blah, blah, blah. But this was never Bob. Bob's email was forged or Bob's email was compromised. It can be a lot of things. So, or Bob is just tricking this person into giving the credit card number. We never know. At the end of the day, that is where we come into play. Like I said earlier, it's impossible for us to hold everybody's hands. That is why we need a little bit of help. And that's where DLP comes into play. It will identify these instances automatically and instantly. And you can go and choose what the conditions are. And you can go and choose what is going to happen. I recommend you block them. Worst case that's going to happen is they're going to go and complain to the boss and saying, hey, he blocked me. And at least then you know the information didn't get out there. You can just go and allow them. But if the information has gotten out even so much as once, the damage has been done. There's nothing you can do about that. You cannot retract that. You cannot undo that. So you cannot allow this to get outside the company. So what it also does is it helps users learn how compliance works. And how it does that is with policy tips, something I'll show you guys in just a moment. And also, of course, of those emails that keeps getting sent out automatically. So when someone's in violation of a policy, it'll normally be some sort of policy tip that's going to pop up, kind of like a bubble of sorts. It's going to say, hey, you are in violation of blah, blah, blah. This is why you're in violation. And this is something you should not do. And this is why you should not do it. Or it could be, and probably will also be, an email that gets sent to the user explaining to them that they're in violation of one or more policies, which ones and why. Now, using these emails and these policy tips, you're actually teaching your users about compliance and why they shouldn't do certain things. Lastly, folks, you can also go and view DLP reports. So you can actually go and see as the administrator exactly which things people tried to share, who was in violation of policies, when this was, how many times this was, what they tried to do, everything. So if someone is up to no good, if someone's up to shenanigans, especially if they're being malicious, you or your administrators will definitely be able to see it in the policies. This is a really, really cool topic, and it's one close to my heart. So I think let me show you guys how this actually works. So unlike earlier where I kept going to the Azure portal, this time I'm going to go to the Microsoft 365 portal. So just one moment as I switch over.
A few moments later.
Right, folks, so here we are on the normal user portal from Microsoft 365. What you see here depends on your role. It also depends on your license/subscription. So you might not, for example, see this stuff on a site. These are examples of software as a service, if you know what that is. Where do you see that? Where you've got access to that? Like I said, depends on your role, depends on your privilege. And the same about this admin tile. So you might not see that if you don't have the right role. If you have that tile and you've got access to that tile, let me click on it, will essentially take you to the main Microsoft 365 Admin Center. I'm saying it like that because there's more than one. A lot of people don't know that there's actually more than one, but there's more than one Microsoft 365 Admin Center, folks. So here's the normal user portal. That is the main Admin Center. And if I were to, for example, go here to the bottom left of the navigation pane, this is the navigation pane, by the way. If I go to here where it says show all, and you scroll down further, you'll see it says admin centers. Here you'll find admin centers. Now I find this funny because these are not actually all admin centers. That's a portal, portal. Exchange, SharePoint, and Teams. Now those are admin centers. If you don't find the admin center you're looking for, you could go here to where it says all admin centers. You can go and click on that, and you'll probably find it here. Now, one of the ones you will not find because it has been removed for the last 2 years or so is OneDrive. It used to be one of my personal favorites, but unfortunately Microsoft thought it would be funny to go and remove it. Only they would know why they do what they do. The point is, it has been removed and it's no longer available. Now, getting back to the actual topic in hand here, which is DLP policies, to be able to configure that, in the old days, you had to go to what was known as the Security and Compliance Center. Pronouncing again like that with reason. I'm saying Security and Compliance Center because there used to be only the one. There is three now. Now, I can't tell you the exact names of them because Microsoft keeps changing them. Every second month, Microsoft thinks it's funny to go and change the names of these centers. So for now, I think it's safer for me just to say there is 3 centers. 2 of them you can access here. There on the left, you'll find one says Security, the other one says Compliance. And when you click on both of them, at first glance, you'll find the tab's title says Security and Compliance. The other one will say Security and Compliance. And after a couple of moments, the title here at the top, where mine says Microsoft 365 Admin Center, that'll change to something. What it changes to, I can't tell you because every month it changes. That title changes. So some months they'll call it Security, then it'll be Compliance, then it's called Purview, then it's called this, then it's called that. I don't know. So all I can say for now is there's 3 centers, 2 of them you can access here. The third one you need to know the URL for. Now, a lot of the settings that you will find in one center can in fact be found on the other centers. They tend to overlap about 60-70%. So it's going to come down to personal preference. Which one do you like more? And if you happen to find a setting or a configuration in more than one center, you'll find the actual wizard also doesn't look the same or work the same. They come down to the same thing. At the end of the day, they'll configure the same thing and you'll get to the same result. But the wizard itself will not maybe ask it to you in the same order. So coming to DLP policies, I think let's go to compliance. I'm going to click on that one. And if you're wondering why it takes long to load, I can guarantee you it's going to take long to load on your side as well. That's got nothing to do with your internet. It's got nothing to do with your computer. It's got nothing to do with your browser. That just is the centers. You can see what I meant earlier by security and compliance. It says security and compliance even though it's not the security and compliance. So today, mine says Microsoft Purview when I click on the compliance one. That's what mine says today. Chances are, by the time you go and do this, it might no longer say that. It's probably going to say something else. So do not be surprised if it says something else. It does not necessarily mean you're in the wrong place. There's a lot of things you guys can go and configure here. The one we're looking for today is DLP. And you can see if I scroll down a little bit further there, it says data loss prevention. That is what we're looking for. So I'm going to go and click on that sucker there. And now what we're going to have to go and do now is we're going to have to go and create what is known as a policy. There you'll see there it says policies. Let's go click on that. Give it a moment. There's a couple of default policies. We're going to ignore those ones for today. So we're going to go and create a brand stinking new one. And that can be done by clicking here where it says create a policy. Give it a moment. And this is all the steps we're going to have in the wizard. Now these are for the most part templates. A lot of people, including myself, pretty much never use these, but you can go and use them if you want to. Please note though, they're not going to work in all countries. So I've seen they only work in certain countries like the United States, United Kingdom, those kinds of countries. So unless you're in one of those countries, these templates will probably not work. So when I click on financial, if I'm not in one of those countries I mentioned, the settings in there is not really based on my country's financial institutions. It's based on other countries' financial institutions. But even if you happen to be in one of those countries, the chances are you're not going to choose one of those because that is a lot of settings that's been pre-configured for you, and you're probably going to want to go and customize it to your liking and your unique needs and your company's unique needs. So my advice to you guys is click on custom. I'm going to go click on custom policy, because we're going to go and create this from scratch so that you can see everything that's going to happen. I click on next. Give it a name. So what are we trying to do here today? We're trying to block a credit card number. So I'm going to thumbsuck it and give it a name. I'm going to say block credit card numbers from being shared. I don't know. That seems pretty sufficient. Let's give it a description here, because you need to put yourself in the next technician's shoes. It might not be just you working on this platform. So if another technician comes along, they're going to be very confused as to what this policy is and why it was made. Put yourself in their shoes. What would you have liked to have seen if you stumbled across this policy? Heck, it could be you. Maybe you made the policy and then you come back here 6 months later and now you can't remember why you made it. So let's just say block credit card numbers from being shared outside the company. I think that's sufficient. I'm going to copy paste that into my computer's clipboard because I'm probably going to need that again for the next couple of things here. So I'm lazy. Next. Give it a moment or so. Here you get to choose which of the platforms in Microsoft 365 this policy will apply to. Now this section we see here is actually not just for DLP policies. Now in this case, yes, it's only for DLP policies because that's what we're busy with. But if you go and do this, for example, for retention policies, archiving policies, you will get to the same menu when you go through your configuration for those policies. Same menu, folks. So by default, you can see this is turned on for all of these platforms, Exchange, SharePoint, OneDrive, you name it. And it's completely turned on for all of those platforms. If I would like to skip one of these, let's say I don't want this DLP policy to kick in on SharePoint, you can turn it off. Or you can say, you know what, I want to include only certain sites in SharePoint or exclude certain sites. So you've got full flexibility here when it comes to each and every one of these platforms. You can choose to what degree it needs to kick in or not kick in other words. I'm going to leave it on the defaults now. I just wanted to point out that you can, in fact, go do that for DLP policies, as well as retention policies, as well as archiving policies. So leaving it on the defaults, I'm going to go click on next. Give it a moment. Click on next. Now we need to go and create one or more rules. I'm just going to create one for the purpose of this course. That should be sufficient. Let's create a rule. Now I'm going to first of all paste what I had on my clipboard earlier. Let's just dump that there because I don't want to waste time. Here you'll see the conditions, exceptions, and actions I spoke of. Now before we get to that, if I go to the scroll bar here on the right, you'll see this is actually a pretty decent list of settings you're going to go and configure. Now believe it or not, all these settings we see, that's not everything, folks. This list is actually about 2-3 times longer. Depending on what you click on and what you choose here, you'll find the list is going to get longer and longer, and it's going to expand and expand. So we'll get to that in just a second. So starting with conditions, let's specify a condition that needs to be met. I'm going to go here to add a condition. Now we're scanning for a credit card number, so it's content that contains. I'm going to click on that. I'm going to say add. It's obviously a sensitive info type. You know, credit card number is obviously sensitive. Click on that. Now, if you go look at the actual official manual of the course, if you happen to get your slimy hands on it, I'm just kidding, of course, you'll find it says it scans for up to 80 plus things. Now, if you look at that number there, is that 80? No. So that's once again an example of the cloud platform constantly changing, guys. Do not believe everything you see in the manual. Do not believe everything you read online. By the time you guys do this, depending on when you watch this video, so if you watch this video within the first month or two after I've uploaded it, then yes, it'll probably be 306. But if you watch this 3 months, 6 months, or a year, or a couple of years after it's been uploaded, chances are that number's not going to be 306. It's probably going to be more. So please check the date right now as to when this video was uploaded. If you're watching this more than 3 months after it was uploaded, that number has probably changed to even more. The point is, it's not 80 plus things, and they're constantly updating and changing this. So what are we looking for today? Credit card number. I'm going to run a search because I don't want to go and search for it. Enter. Let's see if we can find it. No, that doesn't work. Let's just say credit card. Search again. Nope. Let me just run a search like that. Ah, there we go. Credit card. For some reason, it doesn't pick it up. There we go. I'm going to click on that little bugger. Add. And there we go. So here you get to choose how sensitive this thing is. Now, I can't think of a situation right now why you would want to make this less sensitive, but I suppose there are situations in certain companies where you don't want this thing to kick in immediately or be that sensitive. If you're not sure, my advice is leave it on the default, which is very sensitive. Here you get to choose how many instances of whatever this is needs to be detected before it actually goes ahead and does something about it. Now, once again, I can't think of a situation why you would want to make that more than one, because we're talking about a credit card here. So obviously within the first instance, it needs to do something about it immediately. We cannot afford for that thing to get out of the company even once. If it gets out even once, the damage is done. But I'm sure there is situations where you can probably go and increase that to 2 or 3 or whatever the case might be. If I scroll down further, you can go and add more conditions. I think I'm happy with that for now. You can go and add exceptions if you want to. I don't have any at this point in time. And then you can go and choose an action. What actually happens should that condition be met? So let's go click on action. Quite a couple to choose from. You'll see it gives me all more options in a moment. So I'm going to say restrict access or encrypt the contents. Let's go with that option. So we click there. By default, people are going to get blocked. That's a fact. The question here is who's going to get blocked and to what extent. So you can go and say, you know what, only block people outside the company if a violation is detected, or block everyone. It's your choice. I'm going to go with that one. Let's see if it goes through with that one. Sometimes, depending on what you choose here, it might give me an error. You need to choose the right combination of settings, otherwise it's going to bomb out of an error, but we'll see as we go along. Here we've got notifications. Now, under notifications, by default, if you turn this on, the person that's in violation of the DLP policy will be informed. So he or she is going to receive a nice little email, and it's going to tell this person, dear sir or madam, you are in violation of one or more policies, blah, 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 blah. Now, you can leave that on. It's up to you. I'm going to leave that in your hands, guys. This is not a question and exam, that specific topic there. But please note, sometimes we don't want the user to know that we know. You can think of this as, I don't know, what can I compare this to? You can think of this as an alarm in a bank. So if someone's robbing a bank, the alarms that get triggered are very often silent alarms. Now, does that stop the criminal from doing whatever they're doing? No, absolutely not. But what it does do is it informs the authorities and it gives them the opportunity to potentially catch the criminals red-handed in the act because the criminals did not know that the cops know. That's basically what I'm getting at here. So if you turn this function off and you do not send an alert to the user in question, they will be more chilled. They're going to take their time, which means you as the administrator or your colleagues in the administrator section, they could potentially catch this culprit red-handed in the act. But if you're going to go and send them an email, that basically alerts them that, hey, we know that you're busy with something. So these people are going to be obviously much more in a rush. They're going to try and cover their tracks, which means there's a chance we may or may not catch them in the act. You will have to make that decision. It's obviously unique for every company. So if you choose this option here, that second radio button, by default, it's still going to notify the user, except then you've got the option to go and turn it off. So if I click there, you'll see what I mean. Now these are tick boxes. It still alerts the user exactly like previously, except now, if I need to, I can turn it off. You can decide to go and alert the SharePoint site or OneDrive account owners to the SharePoint or OneDrive content itself. What I normally decide to go and do is, you can also go and add people here manually, by the way. Way here at the bottom, there's another section where you can go to alerts. And you can actually go and alert administrators here as well. So there's like 2-3 different ways you can go and add administrators and inform them of some sort of violation. And at least then they will know about it and they can then proactively go and investigate and then hopefully catch the person red-handed if they're actively still busy with stuff. So it's up to you how and where you want to add these administrators if you want to add them at all. Here you've got the ability to go and customize the actual email that gets sent to people. I would say make it professional, yet scary and assertive. The whole idea is to be professional, but yet scare them off into not doing this again. You can customize the subject of the email. And here we mention the policy tips, which I spoke of earlier. So if this person is, for example, in an email, because this is not limited to email, by the way, and this person types in the credit card number in the email, that on its own does nothing because the condition has not been met. If they type in a person's email, an email address into the address box, which is outside the company, that on its own, once again, does nothing. But if they do both, if they, for example, type someone's email that's outside the company and a credit card number, that condition is then met. And if that condition is met, you can actually have like a little bubble pop up in the email before they even get to click on send. Yes, that's pretty much what a policy tip does. Now, the most common place you guys are going to see this, and the most common place this actually gets used, is an email. It's not limited to email though. So this actually works on SharePoint as well. So if you've got a document on SharePoint that someone is about to share, it actually pops up here on the right hand side and it tells them, you are in violation of one or more policies, my bro. If this is an Office document, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and you basically go and do something you're not supposed to, it pops up like a yellow bar at the top. So there's different ways this thing will pop up. So I'm going to leave that off for now. This section you guys need to be very, very careful with. I absolutely do not recommend you turn this on at all. That is what I spoke of earlier. Who knows best here? Your users or you? You do. So if you're going to go and turn this on, you're effectively allowing your users to overrule you and your policies. So what's the point of having the policies in the first place then, if you think about it? So if I go click on that, I can basically say, you know what? Allow overrides. And that's it. They can just go click on override and they can basically bypass you and say, you know what? This is a false positive. Or you can say, you know what? Allow, but they need to give me a business justification. So if you feel like you need to go and do that, I know every company is unique. At the very least, folks, I'm going to encourage you to go and choose that option as well. Just to cover yourself, protect yourself. Because when poop hits the fan, you'll find these people will have no issue stabbing you in the back, turning on you and saying, no, they didn't know. You're the IT expert, you should have known better. At least now you can somewhat hold them accountable and say, no, my bro, you said the following. You said you're going to override this because of A, B, and C. So at least you've got some sort of something you can go and fall back on. Here's another option, override the rule automatically if the report is a false positive. I don't recommend that one either. So for now, I'm going to leave that off because I don't like it. It sucks. You can go and add admins if you want to. I think I am happy with the settings for now. Let's save it. Let's see if it goes through. Give it a second or so. So normally it looks like nothing's happening, but something actually is happening in the background. Here we go. So it's turned on by default. At any point in time, you can actually go and edit this. At any point in time, you can turn it off and you can go and delete it. So if I want to go and edit, I can just go click there. It's going to take me back to the same menu and I can just go and edit it. Now I'm going to click on next, but as soon as I do that, you're going to see it's going to give me the option to turn this policy on right away, leave it off, or my favorite, test it. So I'm going to click on next. I can actually go and test it out. Now I never do that because I've been doing this for the last 10 or 15 years. But if you're doing this for the very first time, if this is your very first DLP policy, it might be advisable to go and do that, especially if you're doing this in your production environment. Don't just go and deploy stuff in your production environment if you haven't done this before. You could actually end up breaking stuff or doing, making matters worse. It could be a matter of maybe you have done DLP policies before, but maybe you've never done this specific one before and you're not quite sure how it's going to behave. That's another reason to go and click on that one. So for now, I'm just going to say turn it on right away. I don't know why you would want to make this and leave it off, but I suppose there are people out there that could justify that. I'm going to click on next. And I'm going to click on submit. Give it a second or so just to finish its things. La-di-da, la-di-da. Waiting, waiting. La-di-da, la-di-da. So how's the weather there, guys? Anyway, there we go. New policy has been created. Done. And there we go, folks. Block credit card numbers from being shared. And you can go and drag these things in what order they should basically be prioritized in. And like I said earlier, at any point in time, you can actually go here and you can go and delete this. You can go and edit this. So I can go and say, you know what, edit that. I clicked on edit, by the way. It's just taking a while. And I can go back to any part here and I can go and edit that. So that, folks, is DLP policies in a nutshell. It's probably one of my favorite tools in Microsoft 365. What you guys need to realize, though, is unfortunately, even though this tool is a wonderful tool, it's not available on all subscriptions of 365. So for the most part, you normally need to have something like an Enterprise E3 or Enterprise E5. I know for a fact it's available on Enterprise E5. I'm not 100% sure about Enterprise E3. I stand to be corrected. I believe the last time I checked it was not available on Enterprise E3. So you might have to go get yourself an Enterprise E5 license. If you happen to have E3, very often a lot of these functions can be added to your existing license like an E3 as an add-on. So instead of spending all that extra money getting yourself a full-blown E5 license, just keep your E3 and just go and add the benefits you want as an add-on. So you're going to pay a little bit extra, but it's not as much as getting a full-blown E5 license. Anyway, let's go back to that slideshow, guys. Okay, so next in this section, we've got the topic of retention policies and labels. So the very first thing I want to mention to you guys that you need to be very aware of is retention policies and retention labels are not the same thing. A lot of people think that retention policies and retention labels are exactly the same thing. Now, although they do similar things, they don't work on the same things and they don't do exactly the same thing. So retention policies and labels both allow you to keep things for a very long period or very short period, and they both allow you to get things deleted after a certain period. So if you look at the name retention, that normally leads you to believe that it's to keep something for a very long period of time, and that's not entirely wrong. You can use these retention policies and labels to keep something for a very long period of time. So if you want to keep something for 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, for whatever reason, you can use retention policies to do that. So it's great to help you or your company or your client's company comply with some sort of rules, regulations, some sort of law. If you look at something like a medical institution, a law firm, or a bank, you'll find a lot of these institutions, they have to legally keep certain kinds of information for an X amount of time, which is normally a very long period of time, sometimes as long as up to 20 years. So yes, retention policies and labels can help you or a company achieve those goals, but it's not the only things they can do. They can also actually help you get rid of something within a certain period of time. So if you've got some sort of privacy laws or something within your country or your jurisdiction that allows you to have people's sensitive information, but only for a certain period of time, and you need to get rid of it after a certain period of time, you can actually use retention policies to achieve the exact same goal. So I'm going to thumb suck it once more. So if you're only allowed to have something for 5 days, you can use these policies and labels to make sure something gets deleted automatically after 5 days. It's not that we can't do it ourselves, but let's face it, it's probably going to be so freaking much, you're not going to be able to do it yourself as a human. You're probably going to get lazy, you're going to get tired, you're going to miss one or two, you're going to get preoccupied, you're going to get distracted, you're going to make mistakes. So it's better to have it done automatically, which is going to be quicker, and it's just going to be more efficient. So as for the differences between policies and labels, because you're probably going to need to know that, retention policies, let me highlight that for you guys, retention policies are applied at a site or a mailbox level. So you apply this to a whole mailbox of someone, or you will apply this to a whole site in SharePoint. So if you've got a site on SharePoint, everything in that site, all documents and files, will automatically have this retention policy applied to that. So if you need something applied to everything in a site on SharePoint, that'll be a policy you're going to go and apply. But if you look at something like retention labels, that is applied at the item level. So where the policy was applied to the site, which includes everything in that site on SharePoint, the label would have to be applied to each and every individual item. So you can go and do that, but it's an excruciating process. So if you need a specific item on SharePoint to be kept for a specific period, that, my friends, will be a label. So it's not only because we want to go and apply it to a whole site, only specific items. There are other reasons why we sometimes use policies and sometimes use labels. If we look at something like a policy, the items inside the site, or whatever this might be, they will get their retention settings from the container. So like I said earlier, if you've got a site on SharePoint, that will be seen as the container in quotes. And everything in that site would get the retention settings from the container. So the container says the items in the container needs to be kept for 10 years. Yes, they will be kept for 10 years, but that's provided that they stay in the container. As soon as you or someone moves something out of that container, that falls away. because those settings no longer apply. It only applies as long as the items are within that container. If you look at something like a label, the retention settings actually goes with the item as long as the item obviously stays within the tenant. So if you've got an item inside your site on SharePoint and you need that item to be retained no matter where it goes, you can actually apply a label instead of a policy, guys. So that is the difference between policies and labels, and that's pretty much what it is in a nutshell. That brings us, believe it or not, to the very last section in the very last module of this course. I can't believe I'm saying that, and I know it sounds mean, but I'm really glad I'm at the end of this course because I'm tired. So the last section, folks, is insider risk capabilities in Microsoft 365. The first topic, one of the last topics in this in this course, is information barriers. All right, so what are information barriers? Information barriers are policies that admins can configure to prevent individuals or groups of individuals from communicating with each other. It kind of sounds like a parent that says you're not allowed to go and make friends with the neighbor's kid or something like that. It basically comes down to that in IT terms. So if your company doesn't want certain people in the company to talk to one another within the company, or certain groups of people to talk to one another within the company, they can go and apply what is known as information barriers. Now, more commonly, I've seen this applied to people or groups of people when they need to be prevented from people talking to people outside the company. To give an example, imagine you're working for a company, but that company is part of a much bigger group, a parent group. So your company might be under another company's umbrella. So we can call company one the main company, and under that company's umbrella, you'll find maybe 4 or 5 other companies, and that's one of the companies you work for. Each and every one of those smaller companies on the umbrella, they do their own thing, they've got their own little business, and all of that. So they've got no real reason to talk to one another. So it's not always for security reasons, it's just to prevent people from getting confused sometimes. So sometimes if I were to go to something like an email and I start typing people's names in there, it's going to start throwing out suggestions of who it thinks I'm trying to mail. Now, I don't want my email suggesting all kinds of folks that's not part of my company. If it's going to start throwing names out from other people and other companies, that's going to confuse me. It's going to confuse the average person. The same applies to things like SharePoint, OneDrive, Microsoft Teams. If you want to go and chat to someone on Teams and you start typing in names to look for someone, I would like it if it can only show me names or suggestions of people in my company, not people in other companies, because that's just going to confuse me and it's going to take so much longer to find what I'm looking for. So yes, can be used for security, but based on my experience, most often it's used to just make people's lives a little bit easier. So this is supported in Microsoft Teams, OneDrive for Business, SharePoint, and much, much more. Now, the most likely place where you're going to go and use this is email or Microsoft Teams. So I think since we're thumb-sucking it, let's use the example of Microsoft Teams. So in Microsoft Teams, information barriers prevent some of the following types of unauthorized communication. I love how Microsoft phrases that. So it will prevent you or someone from searching for other people. I wouldn't say it blocks them entirely. It depends on what you've specified. So it's most likely going to be a matter of it's going to block you or the user from searching for people in other companies. If you really want to, you can go and block people from searching for people in other departments. So if you are in sales, salespeople might be able to only search for people in the sales department and none of the people in the other departments. So you could do that if you want to, but I don't know why you would want to go and do that. You can go prevent people from adding members to a team if there's a team, prevent them from starting a chat session of someone, prevent them from starting a group chat, prevent them from inviting someone to join a meeting if you want to go and do that, prevent them from sharing a screen, which is just silly, but yes, you could do that. Prevent them from placing a call if you're that small and petty. Prevent them from sharing a file with another user. And lastly, folks, prevent them from accessing a file through a link that has been shared. The list probably goes on, but that's just the main things. So just from a team's perspective, that's some of the reasons as to why you might want to go and use information barrier. But like I said, it's most likely going to come down to a matter of just making people's lives easier, so they don't accidentally see other people that's not relevant to their specific environment, just to make people's life a little bit easier. So that leaves us with the next topic, which also happens to be the very last topic in this module and the course, folks. So what is that topic, you ask? That would be the customer lockbox. Now, right before we jump into this, I just want to quickly mention something to you guys. So once this video is done, there's going to be a follow-up video after this that you guys can go watch as an optional, and that will be to have a bunch of practice questions. So I want to make it clear that these are not the actual questions from the actual exam, because that's against Microsoft's terms and conditions. That's not allowed. But they will cover the same objectives and they will measure you on the same skills as what the exam would. So if you want to go and test yourself, you're welcome to go and watch that video, which will come out shortly after this video. And just go and check how well you do basically in that video. So it'll probably be in the same playlist shortly after this video. Anyway, getting back to the customer lockbox. So the customer lockbox ensures that Microsoft can't access the content to perform a service operation without explicit approval. So what I'm going to compare this to for you guys to make it a little bit easier to understand. Imagine you're renting a house or you're renting an apartment. Now, if you're renting this house or this apartment, obviously it doesn't belong to you. You're not the owner. But who's got the keys currently? You do, because you're renting it. You're staying there. Now, the landlord slash owner of this apartment or this house, if he or she would like to come and do some sort of inspection because they want to do maintenance or whatever the reason might be, and yeah, they can come and do that, but they can't just come in willy-nilly whenever they please. They have to make arrangements with you, not just because it's being polite and all of that, but also because you're the person with the keys. So even though it's their property and all of that, that doesn't necessarily mean they can just go and come as they please. They need you to give them permission. They need you to open for them. Now, the customer lockbox refers to that same concept, except this is now an IT. So if you look at like something like Microsoft 365, this supports things, for example, like Exchange Online. It supports OneDrive for Business. It supports SharePoint Online and quite a few other things as well. So now, just because this stuff is online and just because it's hosted on Microsoft servers does not necessarily mean Microsoft can just go and willy-nilly access these services and go and do whatever the heck they please. It doesn't work that way. So this refers to the exact same example I just mentioned a few moments ago. The landlord can't just come and stroll into your apartment or your house. They need you with the keys. You've got the keys. They need you to open that apartment for them. So Microsoft 365 is the same story. So you are renting this tenant from Microsoft. So it's their property. It's hosted on their property. But that does not necessarily mean Microsoft can just come and go. Exactly the same as that landlord. So if you need assistance on Exchange, OneDrive, SharePoint, or one of the other platforms, sometimes there's going to be cases where Microsoft's team will need to actually come into your environment, and they might possibly need to even, access your data and stuff like that. Now, in cases like that, that's a bit of a concern because of privacy, security, blah, blah, blah. And in those cases, you or your IT team needs to actually explicitly give permission to Microsoft to access that. They need to actually go and open it up. That's where the customer lockbox come in. So it's hosted on their platform, but it doesn't necessarily mean they've got access to it. That's what it comes down to, people. Pretty straightforward, pretty easy, and I love this function. Unfortunately, what they don't tell you in the course, and I'll throw it in here for you guys as an extra since we're at the end of this course, it's only available on certain subscriptions. Now, I stand to be corrected. You're welcome to correct me in the comment section down below if I'm wrong. I don't know everything. But the last time I checked, I think this is only available on Enterprise E5 licenses. It might be available on Enterprise E3. I'll have to go and double check myself. But I'm pretty sure the last time I checked there, it wasn't available. Now, even if it wasn't available, it doesn't mean Microsoft won't go and change it. They do that. From time to time, Microsoft will go and change the benefits you get with these licenses. They'll take some away. They'll add some. They'll make a few new ones. Yeah, so you get the idea. Well, folks, has been a pleasure delivering this course for you guys. I really, really hope you guys have learned something. Like I said, if you would like to go and try a couple of practice questions, just keep an eye out for the video that's going to come out after this one on the playlist. I'm going to make a couple of practice questions there for you guys to go and test yourself. Should test you guys on the same skills, measure you on the same things. And yeah, all in all, best of luck with your exam, guys. I really, really hope you guys do well. So lastly, just want to say thank you for watching this video. Thank you for supporting the channel. Also want to say thank you to the Patreon and PayPal supporters of this channel. You guys have really been a big help. So thank you very, very much for that, guys. There are the people's names. And then also thank you to the folks that have been clicking on that thanks button below the video. That doesn't go unnoticed. I can see who has done that, and I really, really appreciate that, guys. Well, guys, that is the SC-900 course. There you have it, the full course. I know it was quite long, but I had to make sure I cover absolutely everything. Otherwise, you guys might get a question in the exam, and then you're going to get basically caught with your pants on your knees. We don't want that. So there you have it, guys. I will see you on the next course. If you haven't done it already, please give the video a like. It does help me promote this video a little bit more when you guys give it a like. And if you'd like to know when I release other courses like this, or when I release that practice question video, remember to also subscribe. Otherwise, you might miss it. Right, folks. See you on the next one.